All right. Thank you so much, Sim Card, a wonderful DJ, and thanks everyone for coming to the Court of Public Opinion. We'll be talking about the elections, Africa elections, and this is where we meet Zimbabweans, right? Did I pronounce it right? Yeah. So this is where we're gonna meet them. We're gonna all talk about our election because we had like really similar election, and so I thought it was best to hold the space with our fellow Africans. Let's just get to know each other and try to find solutions to Africans' problem. And with me, co-host is SIM Card and Happiness. So they would just give a short intro and then we introduce the guest speakers today. All right, SIM Card, you can go on.
You know, if you do a bit of research on the word democracy, amongst other results, one thing you would be sure to find is the various definitions of the word itself. The summary of these definitions, though, is that democracy is a system of government in which the people rule themselves. Yes, the people rule, or should I say, govern themselves. Simply put, democracy is the rule by the people. By this, it is the people who decide who governs them, and not an individual or a bunch of individuals deciding that they must govern or rule the people, even though it is against the wish of the people. It therefore means that anything short of this, that is respect for the will of the people, cannot be said, in all honesty, to be democracy. It is a beautiful wet Wednesday evening in the city of Warri Delta State, Nigeria, and I hope it is also a beautiful day or evening in your part of the world. And so it is with utmost humility I present myself as the bailiff of this honorable courthouse, the African Court of Public Opinion. Our special greetings and appreciations to my host, our host for the evening. Thank you for allowing us into your sanctum sanctorium. I also specially recognize the presence of uh, my amiable co-host, Happiness, the lady I call Miss World. That's personal to me, though. She will be working with me tonight in the discharge of bailiff duties, if you understand what I'm trying to say. Shortly, she will get to speak and you will then hear her. My sincerest appreciation to our very noble guests who will be joining us in the conversation this evening. They are all present with us, and shortly they will introduce themselves, or rather, we would introduce them, and then they will say a word or two, and then we get, we just kickstart the conversation. And to everyone who's tuned in from whatever part of the world you're joining us, we really appreciate you. We appreciate you for for turning up, for tuning in, and I'm very sure that it's going to be a very, very interesting conversation. And beyond being an interesting one, it's going to be full of information. I mean, it's going to be informative. And I'm sure you wouldn't want to miss any minute of the discourse this evening. So, once again, special appreciation to everyone who joined in. It's been very difficult for me to do a roll call, but just so I mentioned a few names. I see Maureen, Lilyville, Semo, Miss S, Lakon, every one of you. We are most grateful that you are able to, despite all of our busy schedules, tune in. I know that it's the midweek and some of us may still be at our places of work, but I've, I've deemed it fit to be here due to the fact that this discussion borders around Africa and Africans. And as Africans, it is important that we have this sort of conversations so that we are able to build a continent that would all be proud of. So once again, thank you so much for joining us. And so without further ado, I'll just welcome my amiable co-host, Miss World Happiness, to say a word or two within the next minute. So we'll get the conversation started. So Happiness, you're welcome. Let's hear from you.
All right. Good evening, SIM card. Good evening, everyone. Um, good evening, Ngozi, Shilo Doctor, Boss Solani. You're welcome to Court of Public Opinion. Miss Madam Bonale, you're welcome to Court of Public Opinion. Um, you guys are all welcome. Like the topic already clearly states, Africans election. Okay, actually, the emphasis for today is Zimbabwe and Nigeria, right? And I do not have much to say because we also have panelists from Zimbabwe. I'm more concerned personally about Zimbabwe because I have, I'm quite familiar with how the election in Nigeria went down. So I would be very glad or very interesting to get to know more about what happened in Zimbabwe. I would say I just know just little of the story from tweets and from the spaces I've been to. All thanks to Ngozi that pulled all of us to that space. I, I later became a space addict, but it's all for a greater good, and to see the goal is to see that Africa is liberated from its oppressors or her oppressors, so to speak. First of all, democracy. I've said it, like I've talked about democracy in our previous spaces, the way it is meant to be understood. It's simply, for me, I would say it's just, about government of the people, the voice of the people, the power of the people, So for me, I feel like Africa has not really experienced the kind of democracy that we see outside. And it's quite sad how, we're always being called after every 4 years to come and exercise our rights. And at the end of the day, you know, their own preferred candidate to be announced. Now, it just leaves me with the question, why bring people out of their comfort zones? Why make people, put their strength, their time, invest their resources just so we can exercise our rights? And at the end of the day, it's every effort and every right, are going to just be spat on or spit on, or whichever word will best describe the situation. Now, I was looking at this Zimbabwe's recent election, and I, we could actually resonate with it, and that was why Ngozi, had to drag us to see what was going on in Zimbabwe. Is something that we actually could relate to. Just recently, we had an election, and you know, at the middle of the night, a candidate was, when everyone was asleep, a candidate was imposed on us. And emphasis on imposed, because clearly Nigerians did not vote this man. And I'm wondering where Mahmoud Yakubu, that is the ZEC, the ZEC you people have in Zimbabwe, ours is INEC, right? And the chairman of that commission, I'm wondering where he got his 8 million votes that he gave the present drug lord that is sitting on that seat presently. So many similarities in between our election and Zimbabwe's election. First of all, there was heavy disenfranchisement going on just shortly before the election. And maybe some people have forgotten, right? There were massive um, um, misplacement of voters card. People's voters cards were buried in pits, in toilets, in gutters, just so they a lot of people from voting. On that election day as well, people were I'm saying this specifically, especially for our Zimbabwean brothers and sisters that are here with us tonight, so they can understand that whatever that's happened in Zimbabwe is also what we have seen here, right? So on the day of election, so many people were being denied access to vote, either because of their skin colors or the way their looks, just because they look at them and then they label them, they label them certain group or certain tribe in Nigeria, so therefore they will not be able to vote. So you see, this thing, it goes on and on and on. It's much. There were killings, there were violence, there were a whole lot. And people were actually tired of the ruling class, were tired of the ruling party, and we needed change. Yet, and then I saw the same thing I saw in Zimbabwe, where, on the day of election, people were a certain group of people were sent by the ruling party, ZANU PF, to mount a table just before they get into the voting hall, and then they'll take numbers. I don't know if I'm very correct. Maybe Salami will help me out with this. And then they'll take numbers of names of people, and their fig and certain digits or something, that about their details, just so they know they are not, their vote will not count or something. I'm not sure if I got that correctly, but from what I saw and the tweets I saw and what I read online, it's sad. And I just keep asking, where are we heading? Where are we going to? Where exactly are we going to? What next? With what has happened, what next? People keep shouting. Everyone is shouting coup here and there, but they're not looking at the root cause of this coup. Where do we go from here? How do we tackle the situation, this issue we are facing presently? Thank you. I think I'll have to yield my mic back to SIM card at this point. Subsequently, I can ask questions. You know, I think this should be this is to my Zimbabwe brothers and sisters. They are the ones I'm going to be asking questions much later. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Happiness. All right, quickly, ladies and gentlemen, would just like to hear a word or two from our guest speakers or panelists. I will just introduce them, and within a minute or two, have them give their opening remarks before we delve directly into the conversation properly. All right. You know the way they say it, they say ladies first, and I'm going to respect that. And welcome the one and only Madam Bolanle, who's joined us this evening and happens to be one of our panelists for tonight's discourse. You're most welcome, ma'am, and thank you for honoring our invite.
Good evening, SIM card. Good evening, Happiness. Ngozi, everyone else on the space. Thank you for inviting me to join this conversation. You see, to be honest, when I saw the news coming out from Zimbabwe, my heart literally sank because there were too many parallels between what was going on there and what had happened in Nigeria in our last election. And you get to a point where you begin to question, what is actually wrong with us in Africa, because this seems to be an African problem. It's Yes, there's international influence. We know that. However, there are enough people in Zimbabwe, in Nigeria, anywhere in Africa that know the right thing, but would rather stand by and watch the wrong thing happen. And when you think about it, they get political power, or they go for political power, and it's a do or die affair. It stops being about what the people want. And when we think about the international conventions or human rights, one of those rights is to be the ability to choose our leaders, right? But it seems like Africa and democracy has a big issue, because what has happened in Zimbabwe in this last election is anything but democracy. It is not, it's not about people's choice. It's about those who want to impose themselves, and it is so, in this particular, I kept on thinking to myself, right? So you got rid of Mugabe, but then you're doing the same things that he did to perpetuate power for over 3 decades. And so you then now want to, so if people reject you, why can't African leaders just accept that people don't want them in power? Even if that choice is wrong, at least let it be the choice of the people. I mean, I'm looking forward to, some robust conversations about not just about what has happened. About, I feel like we're at a point in time where we need to have those conversations about what do we do, what is what's our next move, what needs to change in order for Africa to truly demonstrate that they are able to rule themselves, that we are able to produce leaders, that have the heart of the people as their watchword, basically. You know, and I'm looking forward to hearing from our Zimbabwe brothers and sisters to see what they feel and what they think is the problem. Thank you. I'll yield the mic at this point. Thank you.
Thank you so much, man. Thank you. And once again, we appreciate you for joining us on the platform for the conversation tonight. All right, from West Africa, we would head over to the southern part of Africa, and it's a pleasure to welcome one of our other panelists on the platform tonight, the person of Takawira. I hope I got your name correctly. I hope I didn't murder your name. He's going to unmute his mic now, and in a minute or two, just give us his opening remarks before we take more speakers. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Yes, it's Takawira. You got it right. Thank you, Simka. We have to learn Simchat. I don't know if I have pronounced it correctly. Happiness, Africa, Jobi Ngozi, Bosalani, and no other speakers and listeners. Thank you for the opportunity to share my views with regards to African politics and elections. Uh, to understand what's happening, we need to understand the root cause of the problem, which I believe it's rooted in the system. So the politicians who are there, they've entrenched a system of patronage where institutions have been weakened and made to serve the incumbent. So whoever comes into power gets sort of corrupted by the power that these systems abuse wields, to the extent that instead of changing, they want to keep the system and sort of solidify it and consolidate the power within the systems. Giving you the perspective from Zimbabwe, when in 1980 we had the first elections that ushered in the majority rule that time, and there was a system that Ian Smith, the Rhodesians, were using to govern. So you find that when our comrades came into power and they saw the power that was within the system, instead of creating independent institutions, ensuring the independence of the three arms of government, they ended up sort of consolidating powers into an executive president. Into so now the institutions began to serve the person, the politicians who are in power at that moment. That's where the problem lies. So you can have your so-called independent electoral body. It does not serve the majority will of the people, but it serves the incumbent. You have the military, you have the police, you have the judges, the judiciary. Everything is always aligned to sort of become subordinate to the institution of the presidency. That's where the problem lies. So in 2017, when President Mugabe was removed, uh, we thought we had got rid of the problem. But unbeknown to us, that's when I began to understand my belief that the problem we had was not Mugabe. The problem was the system, was the Mugabeism, which is a system, not the person, not the individual. So we removed an individual, but not the system. So without freeing this, the breaking the system, freeing the institutions to create power. When you look at comparison to America, Donald Trump did not accept the results, but the system, the institutions would have been ready to stand in and remove him by force if he refused. He had to go, he had no choice. So it speaks of the strength their institutions has to ensure that democracy is guaranteed. When you compare to our elections, it's not like that. You know, the incumbent, they have so much flaws and people don't want to look at it. And also for Africa, the challenge comes the accusations that if you are against the system, then you are sponsored by someone. The narrative, the propaganda that as Africans, as we cannot share opposing views without being influenced by a third party, it becomes another problem. So when we analyze, go through this, we need to bear in mind the system. We can remove ED today, we can put in Chamisa, but without breaking the system, we'll still be sitting in a problem because he can still use the same system to prolong his stay in power. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Takawira. That was quite a detailed one. Once again, we appreciate you, and I'm sure that as we proceed in this conversation, a lot more information will be shared by you as well as our other panelists. Once again, thank you so much for joining us. All right, very quickly, let's head back to Western Africa, all right, to West Africa, and welcome um, our guest from Nigeria, Sheila Duck, to give us his opening remarks in a minute or two before we come to the boss lady herself. So I'm like, should I say I'm saving the best? No disrespect to the gentlemen in the house. I'm saving the best for last, and I have my reasons. Again, no disrespect to the gentlemen in the house this evening. All right, Shiloh Duck, let's hear from you before we move over to the boss lady. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening. Good evening, my namesake. How you doing? Happiness. Good evening. Um, NG, Omi Bolanle, Bosalani, Takawira. Good evening, everybody on the space. I'm glad to be here as always, and I'm glad to even be here with our brothers and sisters from the southern part of Africa. And we're here is kind of like a bittersweet moment because the reason we're here is to discuss a problem that bedevils both societies. And but through that, I believe that as we go on, we'll be able to continue to build a network because that's one of the key things to understanding a problem and deploying the right solution. Because nobody will come and do it for us but ourselves. So before getting into the nitty gritty,
be on the spot. And so I'm sure she's going to bring her A game, even though we just taking our opening remarks. So, yeah, boss lady, everyone wants to hear you speak. Thank you so much for joining us. You can kindly unmute and say a word or two to us.
Wow, wow. What a wonderful introduction. Actually, you've really put me on the spot. Oh my goodness. And maybe it's because of the title boss. I think that's what's working here, but and that's a good thing. So I really want to appreciate everyone, honestly, for making this possible. To our host, the co-host, thank you so much for taking an interest. Ngozi, I don't even know what to say. You won't even. The way we met was on these streets here, these spaces, and to just know that we've got brothers and sisters out there who care about the situations that happen in other countries. I mean, Africa, we are one, and that is the spirit of love that I've seen, and I'm really overwhelmed with what's going on. So thank you so much, and all the speakers, listeners, please do retweet the space. Yeah, before I even go ahead, if you want to listen to me speak, you're gonna have to retweet the space. You're gonna have to share all the platforms that have been put up there by our hosts. Let's support the work that they're doing. That's the least we can do so that we can spread the word. Remember, the space is being recorded as well. Right. Having done that, I just wanted to really thank the speakers who have spoken before me. Listening to what you've said, it really resonates with a lot of what we've seen in Zimbabwe. And to those who don't know me, my name is Bosalani. I host a space called Citizen Speak Out, where citizens of the world are welcome to come and speak about the issues that really frustrate us. And I've noticed that politics is at the top of that list. Politics is what governs us. If that's not working, our societies don't work. And this is the problem we're having. So, when I look at my own personal history, I've come from a humanitarian background. I've been a human rights campaigner for over a decade, fighting for civil liberties, for human rights in Zimbabwe and elsewhere as well. And when I see the things unfolding in my country, I am pained by it, because that is why, I would love being a mom to be focusing on other things, but I find myself trying to fight for justice in my country for the sake of my children. And I guess this is something that resonates with all of us here. We fight for freedoms and justice in our own countries because we want a better society. We want things to work. But unfortunately, we're being let down by the current governments, these dictators, these people who've created themselves into demigods. And Zimbabwe is no different. ZANU-PF has been terrorizing Zimbabweans for over 43 years. And you can just imagine, that's someone's lifetime. You know what I mean? Someone from the moment you're born, all you've known is ZANU-PF is in power. And that is truly tragic. If you want a situation where there's democracy, but we don't have that, because those who came and said they were liberating us from our colonizers have become the colonizers themselves. They're the terrorists, they're the persecutors, they're everything. And they look like you and I. They're black just like you and I. First, it was, oh, these white people are coming to destroy us. But look at who's destroying us now, those same people. So when we thought, well, Zimbabweans thought that the era of Mugabe had ended. But no, it didn't. The era did not end. Yes, my love. You'll definitely hear my daughter in the background. All right, my love, sit down. So what happens with that is, because of the problem that we faced, you have a situation now where Zimbabweans felt that when we had the coup, which wasn't a coup, they thought that was the end of it. But people like myself and Takawira, we knew it, we saw it for what it was, that it was just the removal of a head, not the system. The body was still the same, but the head has shifted. Whose head was replaced? We had Mugabe's heads off, and then Idi Mnangagwa came over and took over. Now, they lied to the citizens. They did. And citizens have come to realize that we were just played. And because of that, the citizens have then said to themselves, okay, let us come together. Let us support. Sorry, my love. Sorry.
All right. Thank
Apologies for that. No, I'm still
no,
here. Sorry for that.
no worries at all. You can go on. I mean, they are the reason why we're doing this, right? We need to
Of
get
course,
back
of
our
course.
continent just because of them. You can go ahead, Wesley.
Thank you so much. And you know me, I'll go ahead. Those who know me, even if they're in the background, you still feel we're all parents at the end of the day. And so what I was saying there is, when Zimbabweans believed that the end was over, Mugabe era had ended, what they did not realize is it was an infighting that was happening within the same political party, ZANU-PF. They had noticed that there was growing frustration within the citizenry, and they were also threatened because what you had was a situation where the former First Lady, the late Robert Gabriel Mugabe's wife, well, basically wanted to create a monarch of Mugabe monarch, a dynasty. She wanted to take up the helm. She did not want the vice president at the time, who's the current president now, or president-elect, Idi Mnangagwa, to take the role, to take up the space. So there was now an issue where you had two fighting ZANU-PF components within their own structures. And what they had to do was to obviously remove those who are known as Savior Kasukwere, the G40, away. Some of them, you may know them as Professor Jonathan Moyo. Many of them have been dispersed all over the world now. But so what ED's camp, President ED Mnangagwa, or the president-elect, what he did was to fight that with the help of Chiwenga, who's also the VP. They were fighting that. And they did what they did. One had to go out of the country. The other had control of the army. Before you knew it, there was a coup, which wasn't a coup. And Zimbabweans entered into the streets. I mean, what do? You see, the problem that the world has had is calling what happened a coup, because the elements were not all there. Usually, you'd expect that when there's a coup, obviously, you see someone going out of the country, you see an announcement by the army on the television, you see all sorts of things happening. And then you're also supposed to see the component of where the army goes into the street. But what was different about this coup was the people were not crying and saying, why is the army in the street? Rather, Zimbabweans were embracing the army. Zimbabweans were smiling with the army. Zimbabweans were like, yes, Mugabe is gone. So you see, the ingredients of what we generally look at when we say a coup were taken away, because the citizens were told that we are removing, they are criminals around the president, and we are here to make sure that those criminal elements do not get to do what they want to do. And to make matters worse, the former First Lady, Grace Mugabe, was not popular. She was known as Gucci Grace and all that because she liked to shop. She liked to go all over Paris. She would buy expensive things. So she was not the type of First Lady that could resonate with the citizens. And as a result of that, people didn't like her either way. So people were just happy to say, as long as she's gone. And to make matters worse, she used to remove citizens from their land, take them away from just wanting land like farms and things like that. So people were literally made homeless by her. So as you can see, the components for President E.D. Mnangagwa to remove her and whoever she was working with, G40, it became possible. So I just needed to give you a brief background of the history of Zimbabweans. So it was only maybe, let's say, a year or two later, people started to see that, wait a minute, this is no different, or this is actually worse than what we had before. Because we used to see a lot of demonstrations. If you look online and you type demonstrations or protests, Zimbabweans were entering the streets and protesting during Mugabe's time. But as you see, there's been there's no more protests like that. We don't see that anymore because there's been a crackdown. ZANU-PF realized that people, when they go and protest, oh, it's bad for us and the image and whatnot. So you see less and less, or if people protest, they are small in number. They don't have that a lot of support. And you also see a situation where people get arrested. I mean, the mere mention of we are trying to lead a protest, you always find that the leaders of such a protest will be threatened, can be abducted, all sorts of things, or even arrested. These things we've seen. So we've seen a limited number of protests now in Zimbabwe. And it's all because of the environment that ZANU-PF has created. One where they realize that, no, if we're not careful, we need to start controlling these people. We need to be able to put fear within them. If anyone dares to do it, we need to be strong. We need to stamp them down. And as you can see, sadly, We've seen a lot more to that that's going on. But luckily, people wanting to believe that change can come saw their hope in Nelson Chamisa, who was formerly in MDCT, but obviously the political party changed hands, and now they're called Triple C. So Nelson Chamisa is leading one of the main opposition parties in Zimbabwe, and a lot of people have put their hopes in the Triple C, hoping that change would come in the manner of Triple C. But the biggest problem now that we've had was our politics in Zimbabwe is not that easy because we have institutions such as the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission that are players in this whole drama that you see there. They are not independent. I literally call ZEC the wife of ZANU-PF. They do things in favor of the current ruling party. And the problem you have with that is if you are to enter into an election and you know that the wife of your opponent is in control of the processes, it will definitely not work. There'll be definitely questions. And this is what we've seen in this election. It's different in the sense that ZEC used different tactics this election. We've always known that elections in Zimbabwe are rigged. They're not free and fair, and they're not credible. But this time round, they came with a different way of doing it. And I'll explain that briefly. I don't want to take too much of your time because I realize I'm supposed to only contribute for 2 minutes, but I think I've gone longer. Am I still okay to say something, co-host?
All right, boss. Okay, we just want to wrap up in say 30 seconds. So you can just continue with the conversation. Yeah,
Yeah.
please, 30
Oh, not a
seconds.
problem.
Thank you.
No, so what I'll just say in my closing is later on I will be able to delve in deeper of how ZEC was able to manipulate the elections. I'll be able to delve more deeper in that. But I hope the background information that I've given you is helpful. Thank you so much, co-host.
All right, thank you so much, Boss Salani. As a matter of fact, you've made my job a lot easier because I was going to ask some of those questions, but thankfully you've given us a bit of a background into the Zimbabwean politics. And having done that, I will just move on now to my namesake, Shiloh Duck, and ask him same question. I mean, taking into consideration that we have in attendance for tonight's event people from various walks of life, many of whom may not really have a background understanding of the political history of your country, Nigeria. And that's to you, Shiloh Doc. Could you kindly walk us through a brief political history of the country within the past, say, 20 years, just as Bosalani has done for that of Zimbabwe? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll try and just be as brief as possible. Permit me, as we go on, I'll try and roll out some definitions so we can understand what it's supposed to be and what the reality is. But okay, based on just a brief historical background, so for Nigeria, under this current republic, which is probably known as the Fourth Republic, we have been we've been in a democratic system, or I supposed to be in a democratic system since 1999, up until this current moment, and since 1990 till now, we've had about up until before this current electoral cycle, we've had about 4 presidents, who, because each tenure has about 4 years. But these presidents, up until before the current electoral cycle, out of them, 2 of them have enjoyed about 8 years, of full 8 years of rule, because each individual, each president can have a maximum of 8 years, after which you can't go over that. Now, what is this? Is just to give a brief of in one way one can say there has been a handing over of some sort. However, just hold on to your seats. Now, we're supposed to be practicing we're supposed to be a federal republic. That's why you see it in the name, the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And what does that entail? By definition, federalism is a it's a system that is comprised of partial self-governing areas or regions under a central system, right? And what does republic mean? I mean, it's just refers to a state that is governed by representatives of the people, right? So putting that in context, this is ideally supposed to exhibit the tenets of democracy, but what one would find is that over the years there has been a consistent degradation of the idea of what a federal republic is supposed to be, where you would find that there is a lot of power that has moved to the center, and it is not. It's only focused on consolidation for selfish or self vested interests, basically. Now, with that, um, as I carry on with the historical background, you had, I think, uh, when Bosalani, when she was talking about the issue with Gucci Grace, I remember that name very well. There was something that really struck me, right? And I can play it out even in our electoral cycle. Now, for the first time, you had up until 2015, you had a particular system, a particular party, because we were supposed to be practicing a multi-party system, and there was largely the PDP up until then was, you would say, the ruling party, right? And for a long time there was a lot of irregularities which they underwent, which they were involved in, and they got quickly became disillusioned with the populace, and people were looking for something new. And then came along another party, which was the APC. Before then, there have been other parties, right? And the APC was supposed to be a conglomeration of various parties that came together, but and said, okay, in fact, we want something new. In fact, they ran under the moniker of change. And of course, for the first time in 2015, you had a kind of change of guard, a change of power from a ruling party to another. And certain people rode on that hope because they were supposed to be coming with something new and something better in that sense. But over the past 8 years, plus 9 years, you have what you've noticed is just a further consolidation. In fact, it's been much worse than the PDP, to the point where people are saying, "Oh, I wish." I wish we were still under the PDP or something. This is the kind of conversations you have, and what that kind of trails back to is that the fact that every head of state always seems better than everyone that was before the current one always seems better. For instance, like Obasanjo always seems like the best person that Nigeria ever had before Yar'Adua, but he passed away, and then Goodluck came along, and now people are still referring to Goodluck Jonathan and saying that he was much better than Buhari. And currently, notice that I've left out the current person who assumes he's the head of state, because we're still within the election cycle because the case is in court. And a major difference, one thing that I could just hone in on is with this system, right? One thing that is made different from the electoral cycles, like I said, we had about 7 election cycles, right? But this current election cycle, what makes it quite different from the previous ones is the fact that there was an enactment of the by the INEC, which is supposed to be the electoral body. It says it's independent, but well, just like Salani quite rightly put it, is more like the bride to the ruling party. And they were supposed to, they came up with these electoral acts that were supposed to help make the system more transparent and better and more accessible to the public in terms of the way the electoral process went. Now, one of the major things, without going into explaining every single detail of the act, was that they brought in the digitization of the system, which was supposed to help fasten the process. Under one of the systems was the BVAS machine, which was the biometric verification voter biometric voters accreditation system, right? And ideally, it's supposed to help with the verification of voters, and then the way the system is transmitted down to the central point for collation and the likes. But with this current cycle, you had a system where it was not followed, where this same body that said, okay, we're going to bring this new system, and they even attested to it and vowed that this was the way it was going to happen, that it was going to be used from transmitted from the polling booths all the way to the central point. It was not followed, and all of a sudden we woke up in the dead of night, and then they were announced someone else as the winner, someone who did not have proof, who was not solidly proven to be having a significant amount of votes, right? And even constitutionally did not meet up to the constitutional requirements to be elected as president, to be said to be elected as president. So this is why I have not considered him to be currently the president of the of the country right now. But well, the INEC has announced him. They even made they even went ahead and did an inauguration, but the case is still in court. But what the similarities that really struck me was the fact that just like when people were fed up with Mugabe, right? People were fed up with Mugabe, and of course ruling for how long. It's the same way people felt fed up by 2015, right? And people wanted change. And by the time they went in and they voted then, who was General Muhammadu Buhari, who was a former head of state. Ironically, the only head of state in recent times who actually ousted a civilian government. That was Shehu Shagari in the 80s. But that's a story for another day. Now he came in and he exhibited a very high-handed approach to governance. In fact, I would dare say it was not really governance. It was more of just a consolidation of power in the middle, where it was for vested interests, and you began to see a lot of factors of the governance that were continually dropping. Be it the economic side. Have it in mind that if we are, those of us that could remember, he spent about how many months, sorry, before he actually elected his ministers. By that time, the economy was already on a downward spiral, right? And even after the names were brought out, they were names that were not really forthcoming, right? And on top of that, one thing, if you ask every Nigerian what particular system, how has this system fared? What has made things? What are the major indicators that will make you point to and say, okay, Nigeria is better or worse? They'll point to two things: the economy and security. They have fared far worse, far worse, right? So you find that same frustration. Well, but there's kind of like a diamond in the rough in this sense, because it further instigated people to see the need to be involved in governance now, and in elections. And as we fast forward to the election cycles that started in 2022, right? You began to have a new group of people that were wanting to be involved in elections, right? And within the span of a year, they really galvanized themselves and went behind a candidate in the person of Peter Obi. By the way, you had Atiku Abubakar, who has been contesting under the PDP, but they didn't have as much freeway because nobody expected that the frustrations would be so potent to lead to a very a viable movement that in terms of the election cycle, right? So with that, you had kind of an unforeseen, what do you call it now, dog in the race, in the person of Peter Obi, who has enjoyed a lot of backing, and his campaign and the process was quite interesting, and he made it. It was a a three-way battle, right? And even the evidence would show that okay, he won the election. He won the election. There's no other way to put it. That's just the truth of the matter. However, this same federal system that is supposed to be independent, that is supposed to have strong institutions, has put someone else as the president. And we find ourselves, this is where we find the nexus between what's happening in Southern Africa, in Zimbabwe, and other parts of the country of the continent, and Nigeria. The system here, because the frustration that got people to get out and say, hey, we're tired of this, we want something new. And they found that they were hoodwinked and began to actually fight further, right? You'd find that the system is just not ready for that change. But the question is, how does that change come? If you do not push, if you do not continue to be consistent, to move towards changing that system, then nothing changes. Nothing changes. So it's not just the individual. It is a combination of the entire system that needs to be changed, because without the political will, you will not even have a whiff of anything that you would say, oh, okay, this is something new for the better. What you will have is just a change of costume, but the same characteristics, the same characters. And unfortunately, because of the consistent degradation of the system, you find that you have a candidate or someone who has been forced on the people, right? And I'm talking of Nigeria now, who has a lot of question marks, to the point where he's been made the number one citizen, but then we're still trying to find out where he went to school, where he was from. By the way, he has a dual citizenship. And then all this, have it in mind that during the campaign season, this same individual did not see it fit to even come and debate with his fellow presidential candidates. Not a single debate, right? However, he was announced, quote unquote, by the electoral body. And even while in court, when he was taken to court, there was little to no evidence to show that this person won. And of course, there is an idea. There is a seeming idea that, okay, this is the system will hold. The system will hold because it has all the backing of the key people, quote unquote. But clearly, we can see that there is a chink in the armor, because this change needs to happen. But in any way, I've spent too much time. I hope I've been able to give a background. I don't know if I missed anything or if I said something that was inaccurate, but I'll leave it at this, and we'll just carry on. Thank you.
Yes, you did. Thank you so much, Sheila Doc. You indeed gave a detailed background. I mean, you broke down the electoral process in Nigeria. And just to add, something I've noticed. I mean, within the last 30 minutes or so into this conversation, we've been able to draw so many parallels or similarities, if you like, between the electoral process in Zimbabwe and that of Nigeria. Just to add one more thing, whilst the election cycle in Nigeria is 4 years, that is every 4 years. I think that of Zimbabwe is 5 years, and Takawira can also correct. Okay, I see our boss Alani and Shilodok confirming that. So yeah, Nigeria's electoral cycle is 4 years, and that of Zimbabwe is 5 years. But it doesn't change that there are so many similarities between both countries. And just to balance the conversation, I'm going to direct my next question to Takawira. I mean, similar to what Sheila Duck just answered. But before I do that, I would love to inform the listeners that at some point we would begin taking questions, from them. We just need to steer this conversation in a certain direction. So in the next 15 minutes or so, when we are done with the questions I've got for our panelists, we'll begin taking your request to speak. I can see that Anze P has joined us here. Official South is here. Dr. Zeb is also here. Would love to create your indulgence to kindly permit us to do this, and very soon we'll bring you guys into the conversation proper. Thank you so much for your understanding. And so, yeah, straight to Takawira now. Um, I know we've gotten to the meat and potatoes of this conversation, even though Bosalani did say a few things regarding what the situation in Zimbabwe is concerning the elections. But I'm still going to pose this direct question to you. What exactly, even though I would say we know, but what exactly is the bone of contention as far as the just concluded elections is concerned? That is in Zimbabwe. I mean, there's been a lot to chew, especially for the outsiders, seeing all the reports on social media. For instance, I saw reports that seem to suggest that the elections went on pretty well in many rural communities, whilst the reverse was the case for many urban centers. So let's get like a detailed expose of what really transpired at the polls. That is, of course, if you confirmed, or rather, if you confirm the reports of what I just said, elections going well in the rural parts as against the urban centers, like we saw on social media. So yeah, Taka, we're over to you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, indeed, the elections were comparatively peaceful. We didn't have much instances of violence in these elections compared to the previous ones. Mostly because general people are afraid. So there isn't much that needs to be done. Just to tell you, you know what? You know, when you've got people on some leash, like if you know you've got a strict mother, sometimes she doesn't even need a whip anymore. She just gives you an eye and say, when she looks at you, you know, okay, I have to be here. So that's the kind of scenario. So we had a few the people who died. Someone died due to political violence closer to the elections, a member of the Triple C. But besides those incidences, they were relatively calm and peaceful. So what happened is um, voting stations were supposed to have materials and open at 7 a.m. So that was the case with most rural areas where the ruling party has most of its support. Then in the urban areas, most of the polling stations did not receive their materials. Some received them at night. So you'd find people queuing for 10 hours without even voting because the ballots were there. In some polling stations, they ran out of ballot papers, yet the election commission had said they'd printed, not were printing, but had printed. So not much is known because they haven't really released a statement to explain what really happened. Because they gave a notification that they've printed so many number of ballot papers, yet there was a shortage. And when you look at the printed said printed ballots and the number of people who voted, there's a mismatch. Actually, very less people voted, so there wasn't supposed to be any any challenges at all. But from an opposition perspective, the delays and the frustrations they've deemed them to have been engineered to frustrate the voters and reduce the voter turnout. Because some people, yes, they ended up going home without voting, but some decided to stay and they voted. And all affected polling stations, they were afforded the 12 hours that each polling station had, but at night. So you can always put that into perspective. Before that, you get the issue of the delimitation report, the delimitation exercise that was done. So the redrawing of constituents and what boundaries. So there was a lot of gerrymandering that happened, and the voters' roll itself. Some people were not finding their names. So when you confirm your registration using the code that you usually dial, let's say star 123, you put your number, then it confirms you're voting at a certain, let's say Harare primary. Then when you go to Harare primary, then they say no, your name is not here. So the issues from the opposition side are that the voters' roll was not released on time. The voters' roll that they got was different from the actual voters' roll that was used on the day of polling. The delays that happened. So those are the concerns from the actual polling day. Then the elimination is pre-election concerns. Then they also have a concern about the tabulation of the results. They believe that their results that were declared, they differ from the ones that they have from what you call now in Zimbabwe SV11. These are forms that contain results for constituencies. So we just use it as evidence of voting or tally, a record of tallying. So those are the bone of contention from the other side. Then from the ruling party side is because the president of the opposition had said any election that does not declare me as a winner, I don't accept them. So they're taking it as he's just maintaining his stand. He knows he lost, but because he promised that he will not accept these elections results as long as it's not declared. So the challenges that ZEC experienced, they attribute them to the court cases, though it doesn't make sense. And they say, well, everyone at the end of the day, every polling station open for 12 hours. So those are the defenses. But to be honest, in my view, these were the most shambolic elections that were done by Zimbabwe since 1980. They're an embarrassment. The way they were conducted is actually very embarrassing. And you can see the observer missions like SADC, they did condemn them. Like they fell short of the expectation. They were very, very below the standards, to be honest, compared even to the 2018 ones. So for now, we wait to see if the opposition has got evidence to challenge and if the election it turned out, but the standard is quite high. So we don't know. We're just waiting for deadlines to pass so that we can see what's going to happen. But yeah, basically that's what happened. So what we hear is almost true. They were peaceful. The climate was peaceful, but the violence was in the system. You can see it was not physical violence, but the system was actually used. It was quite clever. The system was just used, and or the system failed when the people needed it. So yeah, that's what happened in Zimbabwe. Thank you.
Wow, lots of revelation there. Thank you so much, Takawera. Thank you for. Someone has got your mics unmuted. All right. Thank you once again, Takawera. Um, just to inform our listeners, particularly those who may not be from Zimbabwe, one thing you may hear during the course of this conversation is all right. Sorry about that, guys. Like I was saying, one thing you may hear during the course of the conversation is this body ZEC. Just for those of us who may not be from Zimbabwe, ZEC is actually the electoral body that country. It's called the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission. And for those of you who are not Nigerians, the opposite of ZEC, or should I, yeah, more like the version of ZEC we have in Nigeria is called INEC, the Independent National Electoral Commission. So, just in case you hear ZEC, INEC, just know that we're referring to the electoral bodies uh, in both countries. All right. I would like to take the conversation now to Mami Bolanle, and I know why she spoke. She did mention that she was more after solutions, rightly so. And so, this question would be along that line. So, ma'am, considering how difficult it is to upstage a sitting powerhouse, especially in Africa, without some form of external assistance. What has been the response of, say, civil society groups, the international community, regional bodies like the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, the African Union, AU, and so on, to the current situation in Nigeria? Has there been any positive moves at all shown from the outside which could offer some a glimmer of hope to the citizens that there might be something positive in the offing. So that question is directed to you, Madam Bolanle. Thank you.
Um, not that I've seen. Not that I've seen. I mean, apart from us having the EU report that set out all the irregularities, the violence, all the stuff that happened in the run up to the election, and some visa bans from America, who we now can see, were not really. They are not really about democracy, to be honest. Well, not really about it in Africa. It's about their best interest as opposed to the best interest of Africans. So no, I mean it's like with most times when you look at African nations, the first thing the person in power does is to stifle civil society. They we hear things like the demos, people who would usually be able to protest. They'll clamp down on that. They will clamp down on activists. And there's very little said by the international body. I mean, it's like, how many times have you heard UN get involved in elections in Africa? And they don't, But the war in Ukraine, can you see the kind of response that they got? It's Here's the thing. I think we're at that point where we have to come to that realization that the international community does not give a flying F about Nigeria, Zimbabwe, or any African nations beyond what they can get, how it's beneficial to them. Truth be told, bottom line is we are Africa is rich in mineral resources, and the West want that, and therefore they want a compliant government. They want somebody who is a stooge. They want somebody who excuse me, although we say we're practicing democracy, in actual fact is a despot, it's an autocratic government. So what have they done? Nothing. Will I do anything? No. I feel like at the end of the day we have to liberate ourselves, and it's probably why we're seeing the coups that are happening up and down Africa at the moment. Thank you. I yield.
All right, thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. All right, yeah, I see you, Dr. Zeb, and I've gotten your message, but please indulge me. I will come to you shortly. Please, if you could, give me some 5 more minutes. Thank you so much, because I was going to pose exact question to Boss Salani, and then would come to you, Dr. Zeb. So, Boss Salami, would you want me to repeat that question, same question I put? All right. So yeah, I did ask Madam Bolanle her thoughts about foreign bodies, talking about the present situation in, of course, I said present situation in Nigeria, but being that you are Zimbabwean, considering how it's so difficult, to unseat a powerhouse or upstage a sitting powerhouse, especially in this continent, Africa. So, what has been the response of like I asked her, say the civil society groups, international community, regional body, and for yours, your regional body would be the Southern African Development Community, SADC, if I'm not mistaken. What has been their response to the current situation in your country, that is Zimbabwe? Has there been any positive moves at all? Something to give the citizens of Zimbabwe some hope that indeed there is light at the end of the tunnel. Thank you, Rosalan.
That's such a fantastic question. Yes, SADC is definitely our regional body, and we also have the AU there. We've been seeing also EU and obviously other international organizations chiming into what's happening in Zimbabwe. The question we have to ask ourselves as well is, as I'm giving my submission, is how much power do they truly have? Because we've got this issue of a state being sovereign, and it's one of those things that I feel that limits the type of effect that their help, what they can bring in to support any given country. In this case, Zimbabwe. In this recent election, or I can't even call it an election, a sham of an election, you had a situation where the delegation or observers from SADC, represented, headed by Nevis Mumba, after they gave their preliminary reports, and their report was actually outlining a lot of the issues that Takawira was mentioning there about how things were late, this was not happening. And also, let me also include the element of FAZ. FAZ is basically a trust, something which was created to support ZANU-PF activities. This happiness was asking about those who were having tables near polling stations. That is FAZ for you. They were basically having little stalls that they put up with a ZANU-PF logo, and it said exit poll survey. So you have to ask yourself, why would there be a need for an exit poll survey? There are a lot of Zimbabweans who are saying some of them were being asked to give their names and they take their ID details as before they enter into the polling station to take their votes, or even as they were exiting as well. And this is not supposed to happen because your vote is your secret, really. That information, the same personal information, ZEC, the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission, was refusing to give to the stakeholders, political parties, for them to look at the voters' roll before the election, and they cited reasons to do with safeguarding and data protection. So you have to ask yourself, if they were so sure about this data protection, when they were telling the political parties that that's the reason why they couldn't get the voters' roll, then why then take people's details at the polling station? The answer is because of intimidation. The moment, I guess it's it's a skill that ZANU-PF uses to intimidate those who vote, especially if you don't vote for them. They'll definitely, it's like a warning to say, we'll deal with you. You understand what I mean? So you have that happening. And what this observer reports were mentioning is all of that. They were literally talking about the fact that people were afraid to even communicate with them based on this patriotic bill, which has been enacted by ZANU-PF as well. Even as I'm talking to you right now, there's a patriotic bill that says that if I'm seen to be in a meeting with foreign states, or they'll basically think that, oh, I'm trying to blemish the country, give the country a bad reputation, and this will mean that I'm no longer patriotic and I can be arrested. Yes, they'll come to you and say, we're doing this so that sanctions are not put in Zimbabwe. But you have to ask yourself, why were those sanctions put in Zimbabwe in the first place? It's because of human rights abuses by the same ZANU-PF government. But they don't want that. They don't want those type of answers. What they're saying is the people who are ruining the image of the country are people like me, and all the other Zimbabweans who speak out or want to join or communicate with charity organization, NGOs, or even just go to the UN. It can be seen as a crime. So when you ask that question to say, what is it looking like? What ZANU-PF has basically done has created an environment whereby rigging does not start on the day of the election. Rigging starts prior. I would say 5 years. Thank you, my brother there. You mentioned that our electoral cycles are 5 years. Well, let me tell you, ZANU-PF has already started planning for 2028. That's what they do. The way they plan is they institute different little laws here and there, rules here and there, and then before you know it, when the day comes, it's not fair. So now what they're saying, which is very surprising, because I'm actually happy that we have a situation where SADC has said that the process was flawed. This is the words of Nervous Mumba, the head of the SADC mission. He said the process was flawed, and therefore the result becomes illegitimate. Do you understand what I mean? And that is the and this is something that we Zimbabweans are saying. Absolutely, no one can come out of this and say I won in my constituency, therefore it's okay. The whole thing is wrong because it was done in a way to, make sure that a lot of Zimbabweans did not partake in the voting process, and that cannot be seen as a right thing. There's when you look when SADC was looking at this situation, they said that the elections did not respect the constitution of Zimbabwe. The elections did not respect the electoral laws. And also the election did not look at what SADC, basically their principles and guidelines for how democratic elections are supposed to be held as of 2021. So looking at that, just to start landing, my brother, you start to see that we have a whole problem whereby whoever will speak out about these issues that are happening in Zimbabwe, you'll always be seen as either a Western puppet. They'll say things, they'll run with the messaging or the narrative that you've been bought by the US, you're working for the US, you're working for whoever highlights the problems that are happening within our elections. And that is the biggest problem that I have. And funnily, just to land there, you know what surprises me? The one who's responsible for the elections is the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission. The observer reports were citing issues to do with how the Electoral Commission held the Zimbabwe elections. But then look at who's complaining. It's people from ZANU-PF. They are the ones coming in. It's not even the Electoral Commission that's coming out to defend itself. In fact, it hasn't even spoken about why things happened the way they happened, why there was an issue of polling ballot papers not arriving in urban centers, and yet they arrived in rural areas where the ZANU-PF is more, they have the majority there. You have to, and you ask yourself, why couldn't they just hold the opening of polling stations throughout Zimbabwe until such a time as all the ballot papers had arrived at their polling stations? That becomes the question. Why not start the voting process at the same time? Why have to create an environment where Zimbabweans had to vote at midnight? Who's ever gone to the polling stations at midnight, ladies and gentlemen? Who's ever had to wake up at 1 a.m., 2 a.m.? This is the times where we say in Africa, it's the bewitching hour. This is when witches start to fly, whichever way they fly. But they were now having a situation where they're causing people to go and vote late at night. What happens to the old people, the elderly? What happens to the disabled? What happens to those who cannot, even the mothers who cannot leave their children in the middle of the night just to cast a vote? What happens to them? So all these things were cited by all the regional, international organizations with regards to how the Electoral Commission held the elections. And those who have come to attack all those statements are people from ZANU-PF. So that's why I was saying it's now becoming more aware, we can say without a shadow of a doubt that definitely as the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission is the bride, as my brother said, of ZANU-PF. So that's where our problems lie. Thank you so much, my brother. I hope that helped.
It sure did. Thank you so much, Bosalani. I like the fact that you went back to speak about the issue of voting later at night. And I saw some of those comments on the TL. I mean, those reports coming from Zimbabweans, and I was wondering how true is this? And I'm glad that you've also come out here to state it as it is. So thank you so much for answering the question. All right, very quickly, I know Dr. Zeb has been itching to say a word or two. So sir, if you wouldn't mind, you may
Oh,
want to.
my co-host, Dr. Zeti, he's also got a political party. He's the president of Zim First. It's also a Zimbabwean political party.
Sorry, sorry. Before Doctor goes, I want to ask Boss a question. The results that has been announced, has it been accepted by the opposition? Are they going to court? And how is your judicial system? Do you trust your judicial system if the case gets to court? Do you think they're going to administer justice?
What a fantastic question. Oh, sorry, Dr. Shumba, could you mute your mic? There's a bit of echo on my end. I don't know. Thank you so much. Happiness, I love your questions. I love your questions. Thank you so much. The result it has not been accepted, especially. You see, this is the thing. What I like about your question. We saw a number of triple C MPs and councillors winning. Irregardless of the uneven playing field, they did win according to the results in certain constituencies. So, but when it came to the presidential, obviously their leader lost according to those results, and people are not. There's everyone saying no, those cannot be accurate results. Therefore, the whole process should be redone. But only that messaging is now coming now, because initially, what I was watching and seeing when this was happening, those of Triple C had actually gone to the point of changing their, on Twitter you've got handles. They were actually calling themselves members of parliament, this and this, and they were from Triple C. And then I was now questioning, like other Zimbabweans, that how can you accept that you've won and yet your president has lost, and you're saying that means the election wasn't, the results are not to be trusted, but you're accepting your win. And as a result of that, I've started to see that their messaging has shifted. Now they're standing with their president, and they're basically saying that the results cannot be accepted. And what they want is an issue of a rerun. Now, the question becomes, can that really happen, the rerun? Because at first they were saying we're going to take it to court. We've got V11s, which prove that the president, what do you call it, Nelson Chamisa won, who's the leader of the opposition. So that's what they were saying initially, and that's what they have been saying. But the court system does not work. It's captured. You see, we had the last election where they went to the courts. They also promised citizens that they had V11s. V11s are basically evidence. That's how we call them, V11s. So when they went to court and they were now being asked to provide, this is 5 years ago, they failed to do so. And as a result, they lost the case. So a lot of the question that people have is, does the opposition truly have enough V11? Do they truly have this evidence that proves without a shadow of a doubt that they won the elections, or that the president won the presidential election? That is the question that Zimbabweans are still waiting to see. And what I always question is, even if they have V11s, will they be accepted by the courts? Will the courts allow them to be submitted as evidence? That becomes another question. So, yeah, we will see as things unfold, my love. We'll see.
All right, thank you so much. Talking about V11's evidence, and that brings to mind overwhelming evidence, and how difficult it is to gather all of these evidences, considering that there's a lot of what I would call infrastructural decay in Africa. Moving around the country, say from one region to the other, trying to get as much evidence as possible to present to the courts, so that, like you said, you're able to prove without any shadow of doubt that you won the elections. But yeah, I guess time would answer some of these questions. All right, finally, I think Dr. Zeb Sike has got time now to speak to us. So if you wouldn't mind, Dr. Zeb, kindly introduce yourself to us and go on to make your submission. Thank you and welcome.
Sure, thank you. And thank you for the platform. Thank you, the host, and everyone who's here. My full name is Dr. Maxwell Zepshumba, and I'm currently in Ohio, in the city of Cincinnati. I'm Zimbabwean. I'm a founding member of the Movement for Democratic Change, which I think most of you know was headed by Morgan Tsvangirai, the late former Prime Minister of Zimbabwe. At one point, I was his chief advisor and also the chief political strategist for the Movement for Democratic Change, MDC, which has mutated to become the CCC. After I left, I had a political party called Zimbabwe People First, whose origins are exactly the issues we are discussing today. That there need to be in unity to upstage a dictatorship. I'm so glad that Takawira, Boss Salani have comprehensively talked about the issues which happened during election days. But my contribution is going back before the elections so that we can then have a comprehensive understanding of how these elections were rigged and lost. Elections were not lost on election day. Elections were lost well before elections were held. In 2018, when the current president won, immediately he put in place a new strategy to win the 2023 elections. Why? Because the ruling party, just like any other failing ruling party in Africa, they know if there are free and fair elections, they'll be voted out. So they know they want to win in an environment where the people don't like them. So they put strategies to win when they know they are not liked. Every election cycle, they'll come up with new strategies. And these new strategies started to become obvious about 2 years ago in Zimbabwe, when organizations which were affiliated to the ruling party, but uh, dubbed and themed as independent, like the Forever Associates of Zimbabwe, FAZ. You had the name Forever Associates of Zimbabwe, FAZ. It was an independent body. They were recruiting, and people knew they were doing work for ZANU-PF. We tracked them as a party when we were preparing to participate in the elections. We realized that increasingly, as we were moving towards the elections, ZANU-PF was creating harsher conditions for the opposition and making favorable conditions for themselves. There were, for example, I can give a specific example where when we wanted to hold a meeting in a particular rural area, the FAZ, the ZANU-PF, the member of parliament, the councillors from the ruling party came, and people were beaten up. And they were told this is a no-go area for opposition. And when we started engaging the people in the rural areas as our party, we knew ZANU-PF was very active in trying to ensure that on polling day, opposition will find it difficult to get evidence for rigging. I think you heard Boss Salani talking about things, V11s. V11s are returns, which are signed by all opposition agents, the representatives of opposition candidates. They will sign these V11s, which are the evidence. They made sure that in rural areas, it will be difficult for opposition to have this. And they will be able to rig, they will be able to change numbers. So when the president of Zimbabwe announced the election date, we sat down as a party and we said, with these conditions, which we saw starting increasingly becoming harsher for opposition, until we realized that the elections had been already won before we even participated, that it was futile to participate in these elections. We actually released a press statement calling all political parties and citizens not to participate in this election because they were to reject participating in this election because they were null and void. What did we want? We wanted to build a mass opposition movement against participating in elections whose result was already known. We were not successful, but I don't know if we're not wholly successful, because 4 million people participated according to these fudged results. The results which have been announced by the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission, ZEC. show that 4 million took part in the elections out of more than 6.5 million. So out there, 6.5 million Zimbabweans did not participate in those elections. Did they listen to our call to reject into participating in something which was obviously rigged? Or were they therefore suppressed? The jury is out there. But the reality is we wanted, as Zimbabweans, especially as political leaders, to lead Zimbabweans into mobilizing first, number one, Zimbabweans, number two, Africans, and the rest of the international community to help us bear pressure on the Zimbabwean government to allow the holding of a genuine election. At this point, we could have been, if this meeting was held in June last year, with all those things both Salani said, Takawira said, all the people on this platform could have said, wait a minute, how can we help Zimbabweans to build up that pressure? Unfortunately, Zimbabwe was not united on our stance, in our position. We cannot point fingers, but here we are. People are looking for solutions. But as I speak today, the Zimbabwe Government Gazette, which is the official government's official publication, has published the results of these elections as the official numbers. And they cite the date of August 26th as the date these results were announced. And constitutionally, any opposition who participated is 48 hours to ask for reopening of ballots if they disagree that the numbers are accurate. Those 48 hours passed. And after that, constitutionally, anyone who is aggrieved has got 7 days to approach the courts and present their evidence and fight their case in court. So today is the 30th. There are 4 days already which have passed. The opposition has got 3 days left to go to the courts. If the 3 days have passed, an inauguration will happen and we will have another 5-year term. What are we going to do as Zimbabweans? That's a different story. And I don't want to take up this space over and over and over. But what I want to tell you is, on one hand, opposition is crying out, as we did in 2013. We cried out. Elections were stolen. We did the same thing in 2018. We are doing the same thing in 2023. And we have been following the same patterns, same strategies, and this, as they say in English, which is not our language, by the way. Doing the same things over and over, expecting a different result, is the best definition of stupidity. As Zimbabweans, we owe to ourselves to accept the truth that some of the things we are doing are causing the pain we are getting. We knew when we were getting to this election that this result was going to happen. All these things we have been saying, if I can share our press statement, if I can share the letter we wrote to all political parties, you will see that the things which are covered by Takawira and Boss Salani were in those letters. So it's disingenuous for the political parties to say now, oh, elections were stolen. Some of these people were preparing for their own inauguration. They were celebrating when they won in some constituencies. They were celebrating when these numbers were coming. But when they fell short, they started crying out. The solution to Africa, which is the solution to Zimbabwe, is as Africans, we need to raise the high bar for how we measure truth. Many people, we follow lies, we get excited by lies, and then we get motivated, and many people's hopes are destroyed that way. Because some people are followers, and some people are leaders. And some of us leaders who went into these elections fully knowing what was going to happen should sit down and say, guys, we're wrong. I think we should now do this. But the failure to accept blame and take blame is the same thing which has created dictatorship. Thank you, I'll land. Thank you so much.
All right,
Think
thank you so much, Dr. Zeb. Just a minute, happiness. I just want to confirm something from Dr. Zeb. I don't know if I heard him correctly. Dr. Zeb, did I hear you say that according to the Zimbabwean laws, if your opposition fail to file their cases in court within the next 3 days, every other thing will be null and void. It will just be weeping all along. I just wanted you to confirm that and confirm that I heard you clearly.
That's correct. That's correct. Opposition has 7 days to lodge their complaint with the constitutional court within 7 days. The first part is opening of ballot box. It's separate. Opening of ballot box can be requested within the first 48 hours. The opposition did not do that. Now, the next opportunity is to go to court, and the publication, official government gazette, published today, Zimbabwe's afternoon, says the date is August 26th when this clock starts. So yes, that's accurate. They have 3 days.
Wow. Dr. Zeb, um, since me follow questions, but before, guys, I see your official side. I see that you're eager to speak, but if you would indulge me, just to let the house know that I think there's something called right of first refusal. I don't know if it applies, and I'm going to yield that to Maureen, who's in the speakers section. And the only reason I'm doing this is because she was supposed to be part of our panelists, but she called in to inform that she'll be working late, and that's the reason why she's joined us. Should I say late? But all the same, thank you for joining us, Maureen. I would just invite you to unmute and lend your voice to the conversation before we move official start out, and then um
Hello.
I think we have lost SIM card. I don't know if it's just me. Happiness, if you're there.
okay.
We've lost SIM card if it's not just me.
I thought it was me actually. Before he comes back, I wanted to quickly throw a question to Dr. Zeb. He said something about okay. Boss Salani said they will question the election results, and he is saying that they have just 5 days to go to court according to the constitution. Please pardon me, I just want to make an observation. First of all, I think Africa, one of the issues we are having is our constitution. Some of these constitutions are actually designed to, in favor of the ruling class or the ruling party, just so they can get away with so many things. Because you cannot tell me that you guys have just 5 days, or the constitution is providing just 5 days for aggrieved opposition who has lost in an election to go to court. And that's that. Then the question I actually want to ask is, going by what is happening in Africa right now, the coup that has been taking place in different countries, and what we're actually facing in our various countries, which is actually as a result, the results of the coup that's been going on. Salani said that the judiciary has been compromised. So, she doesn't really have 100% faith in whatever judgments they are going to come up with. I just want to ask you, do you think it is okay at this point in your country for coup to happen? Or do you think the military in Zimbabwe has also been compromised? Because the only thing that can put a stop to what is going on right now is the coup that's been happening in other countries. Nobody is praying for a coup. No one wants a coup. But truth be told, that is the only way that these leaders will be taken off whatever position that they are occupying, and they don't want to leave. Do you think it is okay for Zimbabwe to experience a coup right now?
Yeah, thank you. The first correction I want to make is it's 7 days, not 5 days. Opposition, anyone who's aggrieved after the elections, you have 48 hours to ask the reopening of the ballot boxes. And they have 7 days to approach the courts. After 5 days, it's over. Now I'm going to answer your question. In Zimbabwe, no. Here's why. Zimbabwe has a department which is called Zimbabwe Defense Industries, which acts like it's a private sector. It's a government entity, but it's owned by the military. The Zimbabwe Defense Industry is the one which is spearheading the mining of minerals in Zimbabwe. It's the one which is ensuring that the mineral wealth is managed by the civilian government. And the military leaders, and I think some of you might know that Zimbabwe was involved in DRC. Some of the military leaders made pacts with some of the top people in DRC, which is one of the issues DRC is crying about, that they can't rid of these old pacts of corrupt people. So the military, if ever it's going to do a coup, it will put someone from ZANU-PF who can then ensure that they continue having the levers of power. Because in Zimbabwe, the military has the power. Everything which was being done was being overseen by the military and the intelligentsia of Zimbabwe. And all this money is people asking, we don't know where these people who were doing all this dirty work for ZANU-PF, where the money was coming from. It's coming from these enterprises. So a military regime will not be for the people. It will be for ZANU-PF and the military. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Sim, welcome back. What happened?
Yeah, thank you, Happiness. I don't know, a bit of glitch. I could hear everyone, but somehow you guys couldn't hear me, so I just had to drop off and request again. But all the same, I heard everything Dr. Zeb had to say, and I want to appreciate him for lending his voice to this very important conversation. I see official South willing to speak. I see Boss Salani wants to respond, but I would love to Happiness, could you kindly confirm and
You're actually breaking, but Maureen, if you can hear me, he's saying that you should go ahead and speak.
Sorry, co-host and host. Maureen is connecting on my end. I don't know if others can still see Maureen.
Is she speaking, please? Because she's actually clearly not speaking from my end.
It just said connecting, which means that perhaps connection's not great at the moment.
Okay. While we wait for her to come back, official South, please go ahead and speak. You have the mic.
When we wake up and keep hearing same story, and more of it that is coming out, it looks as if that the whole world is just coming to an end, because these people, this whole thing is actually getting to our sanity, unusual things keep happening, and nothing is just being done about it. Well, the other day I was in a space that I never knew it was a Zimbabwe space, and these people were discussing the election, how it happened, and to me, I was very very interested because I thought they were discussing about Nigeria last this our Nigeria election, because everything that these people were discussing was just exactly what happened to Nigeria, as in what happened to this our election, how INEC rigged the election, how it happened. It was later when somebody asked a question that I now realized that this thing these people are discussing here is actually Zimbabwe. It happened, you see. So it seems as if these are our African presidents, all these politicians, they have a template, a particular template of corruption and election rigging that they all tends to be implementing it, to manipulate their election and remain in power. Possibly the Westerners have actually issued it out or what. But I want to urge everybody, especially Nigeria. I'm happy that other African countries are waking up, because this time is a awakening time. Is an emancipation period for Africa. Africa must be liberated. For Nigerians also, one thing I want to tell us is, however we want to we want to take back this mandate or this our country, however we want to do it, let us do it, because what is ahead of us if we did not do it is more greater, is more disastrous than what we all are seeing now. Believe me or not, if we do not do something as the citizens of this country, believe me, hunger will be our least problem in time to come. Because drug, if you read or learn about drug networking, drug dealers networking, you will understand that no country or no state they are or they are operating that it's ever safe, no matter how secured the state is. They did it in Yemen, they did it in Colombia, they did it in Phoenix. Please let us come together, let us add more effort to the ones we've done. Let us triple our efforts and make sure that these shenanigans or these evil authors did not suppress us to the point where they will actually implement these evil acts they are planning all this while. Please, this African as a whole, let us liberate ourselves from the bondage of the Westerners and our evil leaders also. So thank you very much. I appreciate.
All right, thank you so much. Happiness, could you confirm that I'm here?
You're breaking again, Sim. Can you leave and come back, please? All right. Boss, you wanted to say something earlier, so I don't know if you can go ahead and speak if you're ready.
Oh, thank you so much, Happiness. You're making me very happy. I just wanted to add in on, this issue of the army. what people have to understand is the ruling party have stemmed from the army. My father, God rest his soul, was a general in the army. He was ZANU-PF. Predominantly, those that liberated us were all ZANU. We were all ZANU at one point. We've stemmed from that. So what you see there is an issue where there are tactics which are used, that of army. You see, when ZANU-PF is dealing with Zimbabwean citizen, they treat us as the enemy. And that is the biggest problem that we've had. So they do not govern or do things according to what you would think, an army would do. I'll give you an example of when Zimbabweans were shot dead, murdered in the streets of Harare by the army, the same army which is supposed to protect the citizens and supposed to fight off foreign enemies, from other outside forces. You find that the same army is used to suppress us. So the problem that I've seen that's happened, the opposition has failed to get the army to support it. This is my humble belief. You see, if you want to have a situation where people can revolt or go into the streets, I don't want to use the word revolt because, hey, you never know right now. With this patriotic bill, you might just hear that Salani has been arrested. So with these type, you don't know how they will respond. And the problem we've had, like I said before, there haven't been enough peaceful demonstrations for a very long time. And the moment people start to enter into the street following this sham of an election, what it looks like is a revolt. It'll definitely look like trying to forcefully remove a sitting government. And then the problem with that is the opposition, we don't know, like citizens, we don't know whether the opposition leader has managed to sort of recruit those who are influential in this army. And therefore it becomes a problem to say, can it be a coup? Can it be a this and that? Because those who are political players, you have that question, you have to wonder, have they been able to bring in those who are in charge of the armies or not? And it becomes an issue as well, because remember, some of these generals are responsible for a lot of atrocities in Zimbabwe. They've murdered, they've got blood on their hands. And then you have to ask yourself, what is the main opposition party able to say to them in agreement, able to appease them with? You see, that's the problem there is, because you would definitely have to give them something to get something. And the question becomes, is the main opposition leader, has he been able to do so? And until people are sure of it, it becomes dangerous for people to even think about entering the streets, because you know what will happen. There will be a forceful act, and then before you know it, people will be murdered in the streets. So yeah, that's what I wanted to contribute there when it comes to the army, and that becomes the biggest problem that we have. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Salani, for that response. From what I just got, it looks like, Zimbabweans have been captured in every angle, every areas, because you just said something about patriotic bill. God, Jesus. God. Sim, please, if you're available, please go ahead. But if you're not,
Uh,
we can go ahead with Maureen.
all right, if you could confirm that I'm being heard clearly now, just proceed.
Yes, loud and clear, sir.
All right, thank you so much. I could hear you guys. I could hear everything everyone was saying, but for some weird reasons, you guys couldn't hear me. But all the same, I'm back now. Thank you. Thanks so much, boss. All right, thank. Okay, sorry, I kind of muted myself. All right, thank you so much, boss Salani. Um, Okay, just to keep the conversation going, Maureen is back in the speaker section. I hope she can hear us now. And if you can hear us, Maureen, kindly unmute and share your thoughts with us. You're welcome. Happiness, can you hear me? I just need to confirm again.
I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, it seems Maureen is still struggling with her. Uh, I mean, she's having connectivity issues, but I hope she's able to sort that out and chime in at some point. Okay, I think it's been a while we heard from Sheila Doc, so I'll just pass the mic now to Sheila Doc. Considering all that Bosolani has said as regards all of the, did she call it patriotism or something like that?
Patriotic bill.
Pa- yeah,
Do we have anything like that? Any equivalent like that in Nigeria? We should have.
No, I'm just wondering. Yeah, these politicians just come up with these bills to kind of cage the citizens in one form, in one way or the other. They just quote these things with fancy names and all that. First listening, when you hear someone say patriotic build, first thing that comes to your mind, okay, I'm a full-born Nigerian, I'm a full-born Zimbabwean, I'm a proud Nigerian, I'm a proud Zimbabwean. Of course, I need to be a patriotic citizen. But when you delve deeper into these laws or bills, as the case may be, you just notice that it's all the same. It's just some fancy way of trying to hold you down, trying to prevent you from expressing yourself or even criticizing the government. By criticizing the government, I mean constructive criticisms now, because that's one of the hallmark of democracy as we know it. The rule of law, freedom to express yourself, freedom to speak truth to power, and so on and so forth. And so what we have in Africa, unfortunately, for the most part, is not democracy as it ought to be, but some form of dictatorship. It's just so that it's like I said, it's being quoted in some form of fancy words with the constitution and all of that. But yeah, just so I don't keep speaking, I'm just going to welcome a few persons. I can see some requests. We'll just bring some more speakers up so they can join the conversation. Possibly ask their questions, pose their questions to our panelists. And I've got Ohis DK, who's been listening for a while, and I'm sure Ohis has got one or two things to say, or possibly a question or two to our panelists. Welcome aboard, Ohis.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. What I have is a question, though. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can
Okay.
hear you loud and clear,
So I have
Ohis.
a question for Boss Salani. Considering that you are neighbors to South Africa, is there anything that South Africa is doing about the situation in your country? I would just like.
What a wow. Oh, sorry, did I cut you off?
No, that's the question.
Apologies.
That's the question.
So thank you so much for that question. What I wanted I'm so glad you asked that question. You would think that South Africa would definitely support us in our plight, but what we've seen, even with the messages, their messages which are coming already. I saw a message from Cyril Ramaphosa, which was tweeted, where he was actually congratulating the president-elect Edi Mnangagwa. South Africa has, especially ANC, have not made it a secret that definitely they support the ruling government. For instance, I'll give issues to do with when it comes to sanctions. For instance, we as Zimbabweans are aware that the sanctions were placed because sanctions are not like breakfast cereal that you serve yourself in the morning. You wake up, you put a bowl, you put your milk, and already, wow, sanctions have come. There are reasons for which sanctions are put. And if Zimbabwe did not have the problems which would have then enforced sanctions, and I can't say the sanctions are on Zimbabwe as well, because this is the narrative that ZANU-PF has used, the targeted sanctions on specific people, including the current, president-elect Idi Mnangagwa. He's part of that. Mugabe was also there. So you find a situation where all these big wigs in ZANU-PF are on the sanctions list. But the messaging that has always come from South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa, has been remove sanctions, remove sanctions. But when the human rights atrocities are being committed against my people, he's quiet about it. He doesn't speak out. You don't see them mention anything. They'll just say statements like, "Oh, I hope the country people will be peaceful. The leaders will be able to speak with each other." They've never ever, especially South Africa, come out outright to say we don't want this. And remember also, it might be an issue whereby obviously Cyril Ramaphosa, I mean, the elections in South Africa will be taking place soon. I believe it's next year. So there's a lot of issues when it comes to the point where you have a lot of sort of issues in South Africa that they have to deal with. The first being immigration. Immigration is a very powerful subject when it's election time. And we know that a huge number of my fellow Zimbabweans have gone to South Africa, not because they want to, but because they need hospitals. You have pregnant women who are fearful that if they have their children in hospitals, they might die in labor, or their children may not survive. Things like that should be taken care of in hospitals. You have an issue where the hospitals are inadequate to look after people, or even cancer machines. We have no working cancer machines. So what you see is people go to the next neighboring state, which is obviously South Africa, and that has definitely taken a lot of hold on the South African healthcare system. And then you also find a situation where South Africans are also struggling with their own problems, and now they have Zimbabweans coming into their country, not because they want to, but they have to. And it has caused a lot of friction. So you find a situation where obviously when someone wants to be re-elected, they'll definitely want to do the best that they can to make sure that they get voted back into office. And one of the powerful ways in doing that would be to support the ZANU-PF regime, and also say to Zimbabweans, oh, go back to your country, go and vote. You see, we've heard a lot of those statements coming from South African side. And remember, a lot of Zimbabweans perhaps don't have papers. Remember, some of them went there jumping the borders through crocodile-infested rivers so that they could make it to the other side. That's how dire the situation is. And South Africa hasn't helped. What South Africa would say is, we'll give you buses, go and vote. But they don't say they'll give you buses to come back to South Africa. Do you see what I mean, my brother? So to be honest, I have to be honest with you. Zimbabweans were alone in this. South Africa is not our friend. And Zambia, perhaps now, the Zambian president, there's also this attack coming from the ZANU-PF saying that he appointed Nevis Mumba, the head of SADC observer mission, and now they're attacking him, saying, "Oh, this is Zambia is trying to infiltrate, or the Americans are trying to infiltrate Zimbabwean issues through the use of Zambia, which connects to Nevis Mumba, which almost connects to SADC." So I hope I've answered your question when I say bottom line is there's no support from South Africa, not at all.
Yeah, you did. You really answered it, in fact, to the fullest extent. And I'm not surprised, because I want to just hear from you, being that you are there. Because when you even see what's happening in South Africa, you know that someone who is not even concerned about what's happening in his own country, what can you expect from him as regards neighboring country? What it's just about is, posturing. And that's what brings me back to Nigeria. Because whether we like it or not in this Africa, Nigeria is the country that everybody is looking up to. Nigeria in the early 2000s would have been involved in this Zimbabwean issue, whether many of us may look back to it or not. And seeing this topic made me smile, because whenever I think about what is going on now, I remember Zimbabwe. I remember the hyperinflation. And then when I see Nigerians complaining about the naira falling so fast, I say, guys, we've not even experienced hyperinflation yet. Look at Zimbabwe, and we are still taking this matter like it's a light thing. Because these people in power, now I'm talking about Nigeria, Because if Nigeria is okay, it will be easy to help other countries in Africa, because that has been the reputation of Nigeria. For those that have been following the, especially during the PDP era, the presidents then, what they were doing across the continent, it has always been Nigeria at the forefront. So for those of us in Nigeria here, see how many countries are in need, nobody to help. Not just Zimbabwe, we have Sudan. No, nobody is talking about. Let me not say nobody, but among those who should be doing something, nobody is talking about Sudan. Nobody's talking about South Sudan. Nobody's talking about Somalia. All these things, it's all foreign powers. Yet we can host BRICS. We can have all these big meetings. We can travel to Europe and pack ourselves inside buses. But yet, the issues around us, we are not able to deal with. And then now, look at the issue with Niger. And then see what is now happening. Who would have thought that this such a rift would happen in ECOWAS? This such a thing was unthinkable 2 years ago. So, and the reason why I'm bringing this up is so that you know that there are worse things that can happen. And whatever we think is too much to do right now may actually be what needs to be done now. And for those of you that are familiar with, should I say, my rhetoric, I keep talking about us having to get common ground in this country in order to get out of this situation. Because if we are able to do that with the forces that we have in this country, we can actually put a stop or slow down the degradation of this country. I saw the image that Shilo Doctor posted. I mean, that image, that diagram, that chart is just straight. It just summarizes everything. I don't even need to talk to explain anything. That just looking at that diagram just gives you the picture of what happens in this country. That's why when I hear people say things like, "Oh, we are talking about the government, and what about you, the citizens? Are you not the ones spoiling the country?" I said, "No, you have it wrong. Everything you see the citizens doing, they do because of what comes from the government. When you look at foreign countries, the citizens don't behave right because they just feel like behaving right. No, it's because of government regulations in place. Americans don't litter the streets not because they are too good citizens. No, it's because if they litter the streets, they'll be penalized. Germans don't overtake anyhow, not because not because they are good drivers, but because if they enter the wrong lane, their license will be revoked. That is why you see order in other countries. But when you come to why is Ukraine different? Ukraine is in Europe, but why is it different? Because of this, the same issues that are happening in our country here, the issues of corruption and the degradation of institutions. So whenever I'm just saying this because a lot of times I always hear people say it, "Oh, we have a problem." No. For those people that know the story of Mesoma and other people, and other young children who have gone online to talk about how much belief they have in corruption, you can't tell me that those children just got that out of the air. No, it was because that's the system that has brought them up. That's what they've come to be taught as what works. And just imagine this generation, that such a generation getting up like in the next 10 years. Imagine just imagine how the country would be like if things don't change now to reverse such a trend. So I'm saying all this for us to really get a picture, a good enough picture of the situation that we are in. If for those of us that went back to check our history, you realize, like I said before, we are like back in 1983. And all I'm just asking is, let's go back to 1963. For those that don't know, 1983 was when we had our second presidential elections. And the exact thing that is happening now, the rigging of the elections, let me not prophesy, but then the tribunal ruled in favor of the rigger, and then it led to coup, just like you have in Gabon. So that is almost the same thing that we are having now. And what I'm saying is, let us go back to 1963, 20 years earlier. This is 40 years ago. See all threes. If you look through Nigeria's history, the year 1963 always has specular things. But if we go back to 1963, that was when Nigeria was restructured, was changed into this system that we have now, was changed into becoming a republic, a federal republic. And if we can do something in this 2023 about that, it will change how our nation will be going forward. And the proposition I made, which is Nigeria becoming a confederation. Because if everybody can get what they want, nobody has an incentive to stand against the second person. And if for those of you that have, I just hope some people have actually gone through this thing, because I've done from my own points, from my own position, I've done what I think I'm able to do, and I'm open. I'm willing to speak about it in open, because it's something that benefits everybody. It's not like something against the government or something against one faction or the other. It's in everybody's interest. So if you know people who can do something about it, people who can, when I was I was on one MMC, one other show, space, and I talked about this, but for some reason they were unwilling to go that direction. And I can understand why. But they had the clout. They know all these people, all these ethnic leaders from the MBLF, Afenifere, all of them. They know these people. So if you know someone who knows these people, who can talk to them, to instead focus on bringing everybody together. And the Arewa group wanted to meet with the Middle Belt Forum, but the Middle Belt Forum pulled out because they didn't want to feel marginalized. But if the Middle Belt Forum and let's say the Afenifere Forum in the West come together and say, okay, let us work towards this, there's no way the Arewa group will not want to be involved, because that is what they always wanted. So with such a grassroots coalition, and the president knowing that his position is not threatened, I think we can make this year 2023 a historic year for Nigeria. Please, those of us that, especially those of us in diaspora, those in diaspora, if you just try to go find out more about what I'm talking about, because we know the tradition that we're already following. Even if I don't put hope in what the tribunal is going to call. And at the end of the day, this thing affects not just Nigeria, it affects the whole of Africa.
Sorry, oh,
Because yeah,
minutes.
okay, yeah, because if the giant of Africa falls, what hope is there for the rest of Africa? That's where I'm driving to. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ohis, for that beautiful submission. Maureen, okay, before Maureen, Joe Bident, okay, you're not up. All right, Maureen, can you go ahead and speak? Sheila, are you ready to speak before Maureen? Or she should go ahead and
Maureen
speak
can go
before?
ahead. Let Maureen go ahead. It's fine.
All right, Maureen, please go ahead and speak.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I want to recognize everybody here, Copo for organizing this forum, Slim Card for being a co-host, and Happiness as well. And I also want to recognize Madam Bolanley and Shiloh Doctor and Boss Salani. I hope I got that right. And Takawira. I'm so sorry for my crazy, stupid pronunciation of names. I do apologize. All protocols observed. Thank you very much once again for organizing this space. I think it's very important that we recognize that Africa has changed, yeah, and things are gradually starting to take shape, if I might use that word. It's good that we're all here speaking as one voice. The Africans now are wanting to know what's going on in in each other's countries. So we've got Zimbabwe wanting to know about Nigeria and want to know about what's going on in Niger and Gabon and Mali and all the other African countries. And it gladdens my heart that finally, Africans are starting to realize that we need to have an Africa that belongs to Africa and is ruled by Africans in their own particular way. So kudos to the co-host and the host of the space, and to all of us that are here listening. I've listened with rapt attention. I'm sorry I've been going off and out. I am at work. Well, I'm home now, but I was at work and I couldn't really say much. But and then of course I had all kinds of calls coming through. But I listened to what Boss Salani said, and I also listened to what Takawari said, and also to Madam Bolanle. And I think to me, there's so many similarities going on between the various African countries about what's going on in the election process. I think when Boss Salani and Mr. Takawari were talking about what happened in their elections, I was just thinking about what happened in Nigeria as well. There's so many similarities. You've got the same old people that have been, kind of trying to commandeer Africa as Africans and enforce people upon us that we didn't elect, people that we don't want. And the consequences of that, obviously, is what's going on in Gabon today, what's happened in Mali, what's happened in Niger, what's happened in other African countries that have gone through coups d'etats. So we think that we're doing a service to our nations when their leaders like try to force themselves on the people, but eventually what happens? The kind of government that we don't want eventually happens, and that's a military coup. In as much as I'm not in favor of military coups, sometimes, first of all, there are two types of coups. There's the military coup and then there's the civilian coup. So one's with the gun and one's with the ballot paper. What we've seen in a lot of African countries are coups. They are basically coups that have happened or have been conducted by civilians, where you have presidents that we didn't vote for, that are pushed upon the people. And of course, the people don't like it. And then the army, of course, we know that when they see that the people are against a particular, they've seen the, what's the word? They've seen the negativity. They've seen that, what the people hoped for and wanted has not been done, and they take over. And that's what we're seeing that's happening in Africa. And that's why you see people that are coming out. It's sometimes it's like shocking to see people coming out onto the streets to actually say yay, 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 yay for a coup. Most people would be in shock and like, wow, that's the end of democracy as we know it in our countries. But you've got people coming out and actually rejoicing. So you start to ask yourself, why are they rejoicing? And it's obvious, it's the leadership. When you have corruption everywhere, you have lack of employment, you have greed, you have avarice. And I love what Sheila Doctor has put up here about this avarice and it's like a pyramid kind of thing. It's absolutely fantastic, and that's what's happening. And you can't say that you're ruling a country when you have the political class living in affluence, and then you have the people living in poverty. In fact, the middle class as we know it doesn't exist anymore. It's just the poor and the rich. And that's what's happening in a lot of Africa. And so we're seeing some kind of pushback. And the pushback, since the civilians don't have the power to do the pushback because of the state capture is the word they use, of institutions and resources. So the military have taken over that role, and that's why we're seeing different coups and things are starting to change, and we see a lot of people actually being happy about the coups. So my observation and my comment first before I go to a question is I'm happy that we are finally starting to come together and realize that Africa needs to solve Africa's problems in Africa's way. And as we listen to different countries and their own situations, we come to realize that it's almost as if African politicians are all singing from the same playbook. It's like, I don't know whether they have little meetings on the side and say, okay, we're going to do it this way. So if it happens in your country, you do it that way as well. That's the way I see it. So we have to find a solution to this. And I just want to ask two questions. Because to me, first of all, we've got the situation that's going on in Gabon now, this morning. We already have the Niger situation, and of course, there's the Mali and the Burkina Faso and all that. And then we have what's going on in places like Nigeria, where the elections were absolutely flawed. The person that won the election didn't win the election. You've got Zimbabwe now that has more or less followed the same playbook as Nigeria, where the person that's there now didn't win the elections. And I want to ask the question, what is the solution to our electoral processes? How can we streamline our electoral processes in our own individual countries so that this idea of people that we didn't vote for getting into power? Because you look at it, you have, like for example, I live in the United Kingdom, and in the United Kingdom, there's a process, and the process always works. I'm sure in America they've got a process, and the process works. Sometimes it doesn't work the way that the people hope for it to work, but in general it works. So how come we in Africa haven't got our act together? What can we do to get our act together to make our electoral processes work better, so that the power that the people have is actually utilized and not suppressed? That's question number one, and it goes to everybody. Question number two is, now that you've got a weakened ECOWAS, I'm sorry I have to go to ECOWAS because I'm from Nigeria, but ECOWAS, is a sub-regional player. And I'm not just going to use ECOWAS, actually. I'm going to actually talk about ECOWAS, African Union, and all that. They've more or less been weakened now with what's gone on in other African countries such as Mali, Guinea, and so on and so forth. So how, I mean, their weakness is absolutely glaring, especially in the face of what happened in Niger. It's like there was like a standoff between ECOWAS, who blinks first. And right now, it's almost as if ECOWAS is about to blink, or they have blinked. So the second question is, in view of the weaknesses of these regional blocks, do you think that they've outlived their usefulness? Do you think that they need to, be scrapped and, people just move on? Or I don't know. So those are my questions. And once again, I want to say a big thank you to all the speakers. I've listened with rapt attention, and it's been amazing on being on this space. And I encourage, I give kudos to the co-op and to Slim and to Happiness and to all the speakers, Madam Bolanle. Always admire of Madam Bolanle. She speaks truth to power. Always admire of. I've listened to some of Boss Salami's programs. You won't believe it, but I have. Love how you talk. Love what you say. So kudos to everybody on this space, and I yield the mic. Thank you very much, and I hope that we'll continue to have this space and continue to keep the conversation going, because it's absolutely vital for Africa to move forward and to break away from, I don't want to call it colonialism, but break away from itself, so to speak. Thank you very much. I yield the mic. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Maureen. Thank you for lending your voice to the conversation. And I must say, those are very intelligent questions that you posed there. And so, without speaking too much, I'm going to bring in Sheila Duck. I suppose Sheila Duck heard Maureen's question. So, I'm going to request that you try to answer either of the questions, either of her question. I mean, she asked two questions. One that has to do with the electoral process as it concerns our individual nations. What can we do, as citizens, as people of say Nigerians, Zimbabweans? What could we do to make our electoral processes better? And a second question had to do with the sub-regional bodies, talking about ECOWAS or the SADC or the African Union. She kind of suggested that they might have as well outlived their usefulness, So considering their weaknesses, more like, what are your thoughts about these regional bodies? So yeah, Shilo Doc, over to you, and then we'll have Takawira and Madam Bolanle in that order. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, I'll try and answer, but I think initially I wanted to speak to someone asked a question about the whole thing stemming from the Patriot Bill, I think, in Zimbabwe, if I'm not mistaken. Well, that's where I wanted to come in. But the thing is, there is always a seeming desire to control the narrative, for the ruling power to control the narrative, and they do this through these kinds of terminologies that make it seem like, okay, if you are not with them, if you're not supporting them, then you are more or less unpatriotic or unsupportive of the system of the country. And while in discussion, there are so many similar bills that you find in different parts of Africa. I think for Nigeria, for instance, you can point to the hate speech bill, which was one bill that came out during the last dispensation of the Buhari presidency. And the hate speech bill was supposed to be something that will, according to them, you hate speech. Anything that was deemed to be hate speech would be charged. Was a chargeable offense, right? And now the question is, because it's a very subjective design, if I critique the government, they can view it as hate speech, and all of a sudden, a citizen is being imprisoned. And this is what you will find, because it is an attempt at controlling the narrative. For those of us who are Nigerian, do you remember when anytime there is a national embarrassment? Take take for instance, somebody mentioned something about Sudan. Do you remember when Nigerians were speaking up and asking for support, and what the government was doing? What was the narrative you started seeing the government of the day spinning? They were spinning to say, "Oh, why are you bringing our dirty linen outside? Oh, you are being unpatriotic by doing that." And this is exactly the game plan they always like to do. In fact, it reminds me of I think the somebody that I know does this thing very well is the head of state of Eritrea, Afwerki. You don't hear much about him, but one thing he's good at doing is controlling that narrative. I think I have some friends who are from there, and they say even when by the time by anytime you travel back into the country, you have to sign like an allegiance. I can't remember what they call it, something like a letter of allegiance saying, okay, you will not say this or that or this or that. So basically, when they arrest you, you have already signed something to say you're not going to do something. So basically it has you by one hand already by the time you're stepping into the country. And so basically these are the instruments they like to use to control the narrative, which and they give it a name: patriotism bill, hate speech bill. They give it a name that is nationalistic, but it's very deceitful. Now, which brings, I think I'll segue to the question to try and attempt answering Maureen's question on the sub-regional bodies, right? Now, as to whether they've reduced whether they've outstayed their usefulness, I think it's just a matter of the intent. I wouldn't say they could be, they should be, but they're not, because of the setup or the individuals that are put at the helm of these bodies. Unfortunately, because of the institutional voids or the lack of intent, there is no bite. There is a lot of barking, no biting. In fact, in some cases, there is no biting. And particularly, even where there is biting, it is biting from a rabid animal. Case in point, ECOWAS, right? The ECOWAS is supposed to be chaired by the current person at the helm of in Nigeria, which is Bola Tinubu. But you have somebody who got himself there through questionable means, and his credibility is still being questioned till today. What do you think such a person would have, the effect of such a person on such a body would have in terms of legitimacy? Little to nothing. In fact, it's going to be disadvantageous, because anything you want to say is going to be questioned. Okay, well, who are you? Look at what's happening in Niger now. Okay, there is a coup in Niger, and then you have the ECOWAS wanting to come in and say, oh, we are going to take a strong stance, and you cannot be doing this because it is a coup. But the question is, okay, how can you be questioning me about a coup when you yourself got to that place by means of a coup? The only difference was you weren't wearing a military fatigue. So these are the questions that put these bodies in positions where there is no potency, there is no effectiveness. And because you also have, if you have an institutional strength, for instance, now, then you can kind of mitigate the vested interest of other international bodies, right? Or the international powers that be. But you see clearly, unfortunately, that these are, as far as Africa is concerned, besides maybe the ADB, the African Development Bank, I don't think you hear much when it comes to other bodies and what they're doing. And even if they're doing anything, it's more of movement without motion. little to no effect in terms of a unified front to addressing certain political issues and social issues and economic issues and the like. So these are what makes these bodies very redundant. And if you do not change, of course, if you have a serious player, serious person, or serious group of people, then you would see that will affect the characteristic of that particular body. So that's more or less what we're dealing with. And how do we do that? It goes back to the activity, the first question of electoral process and the likes. Just citizen involvement we just have to. There has to be more citizen engagement. There has to be more citizen involvement, which is what we're doing. It's a very tough and seemingly impossible feat to achieve, but that's the only way you can actually consistently lead to a change, right? Because if you're talking a lot without any action, I mean, it's not today. If you ask any Nigerian, we can talk about Nigeria from now till tomorrow. But that's all we've been doing. The difference between what we've been doing and what we're doing now is that there's a little bit more bite, a little bit more of an action to the words, behind the words, which is why you see everybody engaged, and which is why you see a lot of pushback from the system, because the idea is that, and then it will lead to all these things. Oh, this bill, that bill, you cannot talk about us in this certain way because, oh, you are being unpatriotic, and we have to get you to prison now because you are not following in line, you know. But it is tough, but it is necessary, and that's the only way you can actually lead to any effectual change. So it's kind of like a ripple effect. More involvement will lead to more national effectiveness, which will get to the sub-regional level and by extension the continental level. So that's kind of one way to put it. I don't know if I helped, but yeah, that's my 2 cents on it.
Let me quickly add to what Shilo Doctor said about the hate speech. Sometimes in 2021, the sitting president at the time, which was Muhammadu Buhari, he made a very bigoted tweet, referring to a certain tribe in Nigeria. For my Zimbabwe brothers and sisters, in Nigeria we have over 250 tribes, and you can imagine the diversity in our culture and our tribes, and then what the number one person sitting at the apex seat would come out to tweet, referring to a certain tribe in Nigeria, which I refer to them as the Igbos. He called them, aside the fact that he surrounded himself, his cabinet, everybody around him working for him at the time, they were all bigots, they were all religious and tribal bigots. But it didn't end there. He didn't just they couldn't hold it anymore. He had to come out on Twitter and refer to Igbo people as a dot in a circle. That actually stuck in my head till tomorrow. And then Nigerians found that particular statement very, very condescending, right? And then they mass reported his tweet. And the next thing the government did was to ban Twitter. They went ahead to ban Twitter, asking Jack to bring his company to Nigeria, blah, 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 blah. They went on and on and on. So Nigerians had to start using VPN to tweet. I was tweeting from Netherlands at the time. So it was that bad. It was that bad. Our freedom of expression, freedom of speech was actually being trampled upon. When it got to that point, I knew they were going to need Twitter, social media generally for their campaigns. And I knew they were definitely good. So you can imagine how demonic and satanic these people passes bill just so it to suit their narrative, it to suit whatever mission they're out to accomplish. But at the end of the day, I just want to urge you guys in Zimbabwe. We did something in our election this year, and we did it with social media. There's power in social media. I don't know how much you guys believe in that in your country, but trust me, there's so much power in social media. There's so much power because we on social media control the narrative. For the millions of people that are not on social media that don't even know what happens, we are the ones taking the message down to the grassroots. So I don't know how you guys are going to do this post-election issue, but I'm just trying to urge you guys to take serious social media, take it very seriously, because it will definitely help. Sim, I yield the mic.
All right, thank you so much, Happiness. Thank you for, for throwing that in, and it was important that you did so, just to buttress some of the points that Shuddock made earlier on, and also to further buttress Boss's point, that is Boss Salani's point on the whole is it patriotic bill now? Yeah, so we've got similar bills like that across Africa. So once again, I appreciate you, Happiness. Just so that we bring Takawira back to the discussion, because it seems that he's been quiet for a bit. So I'm just going to pose Maureen's question to you, sir. So feel free to answer either of the questions. Just for emphasis sake, I'm just going to summarize or repeat the question. So her first question, she was asking, she asked about ways we can improve on our electoral processes. That's for individual countries in Africa. And since you're in Zimbabwe, you may want to speak on the ways to improve on the electoral process in your country, or a question about the regional bodies. As a Zimbabwean, you'll be very familiar with the SADC. So she's of the opinion, if I got her correctly, that these bodies may have outlived their usefulness, and they've become weakened over time. So what's your input on that? What have you got to say about that? Have they really outlived their usefulness? And what, if they have not, what can we do as citizens to make sure that they regain the strength or the reasons why these bodies were established from the onset? So thank you so much, Takawira, even as you touch on these questions.
Thank you, Ost. These are two important questions. I'll start with the issue of regional bodies. In my view, ECOWAS, in the whole of Africa, I had the view that ECOWAS was better, and it had some truth, actually better than African Union. It had more organized. It's more organized. It's got some bit of more influence and power, and it's not. It's more than it was more than a gentleman's club. I don't know now, but they used to have so much force. Whereas when it comes to the southern part, SADC is just what can we say? It's just a gentleman's club, where people just go and drink together and talk. It's got nothing. It's got no voice. It's just a way SADC leaders just go there and they dream and say, okay, we're putting this vision and these are the things that, but no one actually gets to follow up. So it's not strong. It's a weakened alliance. It cannot even sanction any member. You know, they always they have this silent diploma. So to me, SADC it's useless. It's useless. I don't even know why it's there, because it has not achieved anything. It has not achieved anything that unites the bloc itself. No economic influence, nothing. They just chow money when they go to summits, go and put visions 20 whatever that they know they're not going to live until then, and they just support one another. And in most cases, it has been sort of a congregation of liberation movements who are just there for solidarity. They don't actually look at each other objectively and say, no, you are wrong. And it's embarrassing. So, well, in essence, the establishment of regional bodies is good, only to the extent that they're useful. Yeah, and so far, they've outlived their existence, because I can't point one thing that SADC is good. Um, Recently, they've sent a delegation to Zimbabwe. They issued a report the way these people were attacked from Zimbabwe, they could not even stand in solidarity and defend the people that they sent. So you can imagine, they send you to go and monitor elections. You issue a preliminary report, you get attacked, then they just keep quiet, or they try to throw people under the bus. So that's how nonsensical they are. Then what needs to be done if we are to establish these regional bodies? We need to make sure that they've got sufficient power. Each member seats certain powers, even establish a court, a supreme court within the framework of the organization that has got power that can be enforced within the member states. So that's when they become useful. You need them to have maybe a standby army, which means if anything happens and it requires military intervention, they can actually go in and act to enforce the agreed laws or the agreed constitution of the bloc. So that's the only way they can be useful. Other than that, they're just a union of some sort that is not important. Uh, when we look at when we look at our institutions, the only way out of these elections, disputed elections, the only way we can avoid coups as happened in Gabon is to have strong institutions that are independent. Issue of independence, though subjective, it has to be seen. They have to have a they have to be when they issue like reports like to say we have conducted elections. uh, of course you can't satisfy everyone, but in majority cases we should be able to be satisfied to say no, they've actually met most or if not all of the constitutional requirements. You need that, not to act as if they are some organization meant to perpetuate the tenure of some political party or an individual. So in this case, you find that in most cases, these electoral bodies they are weakened because they are subordinate to the incumbent. So that's a problem. But I think what we can do, the more people start to make noise. Previously, people used to keep quiet. Now with social media, it's becoming powerful, and with technology, it's becoming even more difficult to rig because these V11s that we keep on talking about, previously we didn't have them. When we had them, the people would not even pay attention. But now we get people, a lot of people tabulating, doing their parallel voter tabulation and questioning to say, look, you are saying this one got one. Why is it on this paper that was signed that appears very legitimate? He's got two. So it's becoming more and more difficult. Like in this case, in our case, we have people who are doing their independent tabulations, and uh, of course, some were arrested before they could finish. But as we continue to do that, I would say in the next election, it will be much more difficult because they're trying to close everything to that effect. Now they are employing other means to rig other than just stuffing voters because of technology and people getting involved. Everyone wants to know what's happening. And Zimbabwe is mostly a rural country in the sense that majority of people who vote they stay in the rural areas, and network is a challenge. So in town, yes, but in the rural areas also. We hope with time, once people have access to this internet applications like Twitter and everything, then information can disseminate easily, and they can't be restricted to listening to one form of media that pushes one narrative and all that. But it's happening. It's better than before, and I know across Africa, as you can see, even the armies in Africa now, they are not taking nonsense anymore. That's why these coups are happening. I was actually reading a tweet by the ANC Secretary General criticizing the coups. And I commented like, no, coups start by the subversion of people's choices during elections. Because in Gabon, they're saying, no, the electoral board did this, which was wrong. That's why they subverted. So we can't jump to criticize the army. We have to look at the source, the problem. which has been the problem in the rest of Africa. They want to treat symptoms, they don't want to treat the problems. All these military-led governments now in Mali, in Niger, in Burkina Faso, and all, everyone is all out there condemning, go back to democracy, go back to this, but they don't want to treat the real problem. So I think now Africa is waking up. The young ones, we are roaring now like young lions. We are taking our position in the politics and we are becoming more involved. So as we continue as young people to get more and more involved in the politics, surely we're going to bring the desired change that we need in our continent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Takawira, for that beautiful submission. Boss, your hand is up. Please, okay. I don't know if you can just
Takwira, thank you for that in the
Is anyone there?
Okay. I was wondering too. I was thinking it was my network or something. All right. Thanks so much.
Yeah,
Taka. I don't know how to pronounce the name. I chew my tongue anyway. Oh,
yeah,
thank you
like
so much.
Takawira.
Yeah, thank you. All right, let's hear from boss because I know Shilo, don't laugh at me. I don't want you mouth, I beg. The boss
Yeah,
lady,
doing well.
please.
Right.
I've forgotten that this. Boss lady.
Thank you so much. Thank you. You know, my brother, I call him Taka. So you can also say Taka as well. That's fine. But
Okay,
it's
Taka.
yeah,
Okay, it's very
Takawira. Yeah. Absolutely. No, but you guys are doing great. You know, at the end of the day, I always say it's better to try than not to try at all. To pronounce our names. Hey, imagine I'm in the UK and you've got a situation where people want us to use the English names that are easier for them. But we just we have to I keep on telling them this is my name, say it the proper way. They call me Salami. I told one person I'm not a Russian sausage. So please pronounce my name properly. Salani, not Salami. And yeah, they seem to have gotten the message. But that's just by the way. I just wanted to quickly say there that the question that I have as well for you guys, you my brothers and sisters from Nigeria, are your political, like all opposition parties, united? Is there communication amongst them? Because I feel this is the biggest problem we have in Zimbabwe, where everybody wants to lead, but no one wants to serve. This is a major problem that we have. And what happens there is you have a selfish sort of political parties that all they want is to take power. And they at the end of the day, it comes to a point where obviously the ruling regimes, they will definitely fight back. We've had a problem of where ZANU PF and Idi Mnangagwa would say to Chamisa, the main opposition, "Oh, come, let's talk, let's have dialogue," and they've outrightly said, "No, we will not talk to you." You see, they don't even communicate with each other, and who is left to suffer? It is us, the citizens. We suffer, and I always thought that at one point there comes a point where there needs to be communication, whether the regime is an oppressor. But you have to communicate with them, right? You have to talk to them because how does peace come? How do the peacekeepers then come amongst two warring factions that don't want to speak to each other? And this is the biggest problem that I've seen. So it's generally a question there to say, in Nigeria, do you have a similar issue where the two main political parties sort of fight each other at the expense of the citizenry? I think that's just what I wanted to ask. Thank you.
All right. I don't know if Madam Bolale wants to answer this question.
I was sitting here laughing when I was listening to
Can you imagine? Do I look like a sausage, my
You know
sister? Eh?
what?
A Russian sausage, not even African sausage. Eh? Bruvos, I would understand. A Russian sausage.
No. I will pronounce it properly. It's Salani. So
Yeah, thank you, my
no, I mean it's like the reason why I was laughing, not just because of how people would pronounce your name. I mean, I had a victim myself, and I would always insist on the correct pronunciation. So you go, sis. But it was more about the opposition working together. Um, right. So in the last for a long time since the Fourth Republic in Nigeria, we've had PDP has been the leading party. Every other party was either regional, didn't have the same kind of geographical spread. And then we had APC come in 2014, I think. And then we have this system where we had but if PDP lost power in 2015 and things went downhill rapidly. And I think there has been like attempts to get in a third force type party where smaller parties will join forces and try and see if they can oust whoever is in power. But that has never been successful. Until this last election when the obedient movement started, Peter Obi joined the Labour Party, and the rest, like they say, you would what then happened is lots of things shifted in our democracy, and we thought we had gotten it right, in the sense that we had the new electoral act, 2022 electoral act, that brought technology in. We thought, but to your question, my sister, no. In fact, the PDP, who has been in opposition for 8 years, lost their voice, lost their way, and therefore the ruling party continued with impunity, ruled with impunity, rule of law was non-existent. They basically gave up. Right. And it was only whenever there's an election coming that you would even realize that they're still there. But you would think that seeing how popular Putobi was, that they would see it as an opportunity to oust the ruling party. But no, instead they attacked him. They unleashed what do I call it? E-rats, I would call them, on P2B. Or the obedience was subjected to horrible things, and it's still playing out even whilst we're in court waiting for the results. Whilst obedience will quickly rally round anything they feel would help in terms of getting this illegitimate president out, right? They still attackers. They still attack obedience. It still attack Labour Party, right? And so, for example, Atiku, who was a presidential candidate for PDP, he filed a lawsuit in Chicago, Illinois, in America, right? We looked at it, we decided that what, he was towing the right path, and we rallied. But the other way around, we get attacked. Even so, I don't feel like Africa's democracies, so-called democracies, are strong enough for the opposition to decide to combine forces or talk together, or hold the government in power accountable. Will we get there? I'm not too sure yet, but no, not at the moment. We don't have opposition parties talking to each other. We have obedience who would talk about PDP. If they've done something right, we will say so, but PDP, most of their supporters hate us. They hate us because they call us a headless mob. And yours truly, we don't have a leader. And even if it will be said something out of turn, we will drag him. Is what it is. I also wanted to quickly talk about the regional, the ECOWAS, African Union. The thing is, what has weakened them is having leaders who suffer from legitimacy issues, right? You cannot hold a fellow African member state. You can't hold them accountable if you're doing the exact thing that they're doing. And it's like, I mean, imagine today, for example, we had Tinubu comment on the coup in Gabon. You know, I read it and it was like I was rolling my eyes because I was like, what does that mean? Rule of law. Heck, you ignore the rule of law. The head of your anti-corruption agency is somewhere in detention, not brought to court. The CBN governor, you have not followed due process. The rule of law has been turned on its head. Right. And so then you can imagine if the military junta in Gabon then fires a salvo back and tells them, well, you suffer from legitimacy problems because you rigged an election like the government that we decided to truncate. And I think that is the problem we have with all these regional organizations. I mean, because if you look at ECOWAS and the number of countries who've had the military incursion into government, or if you look across Africa and you look at those who somehow they call it democracy, but really and truly it's autocracy, or it's you have the Cameroon, you have Togo, you have. I mean, it's like, and these are all supposed to be democracies. So how are they supposed to hold each other account, right? If they're doing the very things, right, that are anti-democracy. You can't, and it weakens those regional bodies. And in terms of elections going forward, I had high hopes for our election, this past one. And it was because I thought that the era of ballot snatching, was over, right? Because they had introduced technology. But apparently, if you do not have a independent umpire, then you might, as well have, the most draconian or the most messed up electoral acts or legislation, because it will make no difference to the outcome, because people will continue to find ways round it. And I think it's something that we as Africans really need to tell ourselves the truth about this, because the chairperson of INEC is a Nigerian, is one of us. The chairperson of ZEC is a Zimbabwean. He's one of us. Right. There are people who are willing, right, to compromise whatever systems are in place, excuse me, to ensure free and fair elections. They're not aliens. They're not white people. They're us, they're Africans, right? And until we have those hard conversations, and until we keep on, I mean, the use of social media, I would say, if we had social media a decade ago, we would have a different Africa, because what it has enabled us to do is to actually look at ourselves, see what's going on in Gabon, or see what's going on in Zimbabwe, and not what is being reported in the traditional media, which is always skewed to a certain, narrative, right? And all of this obviously is, we have puppets, and we know the hands that are maneuvering and pushing, but we should start having those conversations. It is us. They're not aliens. They are among us. So as much as there's so many of us who want our countries, our individual countries, Africa in general, to progress, there are others who actually want mind for, what's been perpetrated against us to continue, because they are benefiting from it, right? And so until we begin to have those difficult conversations and drag ourselves if we need to, I can't see change happening. But what I do see is maybe the military incursion into democracies in Africa is going to become that much more widespread. Thank you. I yield the mic.
All right, go. You can go ahead, Ngozi. I mean, I would allow my ladies to run the show for the remainder of the
What is
conversation.
this? All right. Thank you so much, Simcat, for holding it down. Thank you so much, boss lady. Thank you. It's really, really informative conversation. I like the direction. Madam Bolanle, that was a very great answer. Thank you so much. So let's hear from Joe Obedient. Joe Obedient, please, you can I think you have a question, or you have I don't know. So you can just go ahead.
It's good day, guys. It's more of a maybe a submission or maybe a rhetorical question. Listening to the Zimbabweans and some other African countries, I can conclude and say this, that most African leaders are in one WhatsApp group where they decide how to carry out policies that benefits them and impoverish the people so much that it's easy to control them, like it's mind control. So while the space was going on, I was doing a rollback of what happened in the Nigerian elections, and as I was rolling back, I just kept hearing the same thing in Zimbabwean elections. I'll just read what I think the bit I was able to jot down. If you look at Nigeria right now, the person in power is currently accepted internationally as the democratically, in quotes, elected president. He's there. He would attend international meetings, even with the way the elections have gone. He was elected and announced against people's will. I think it's the same thing in Zimbabwe. Final results were announced when all of us were asleep. I heard the same thing happened in Zimbabwe. Results were announced, ignoring protests and complaints of irregularities and other announcements of wrong results. I don't know if I've heard that, but I'm very sure that would have happened in Zimbabwe. Election results were mutilated, falsified, and destroyed. Happened a lot in Nigeria. I'm sure that happened in Zimbabwe. Electorates were disenfranchised using different methods, including disposing of our PVCs, destroying of PVCs in areas that they assumed to be strongholds of the opposition, of the strongest opposition. There was also widespread violence, courtesy of the incumbents and their machinery, Togri and the rest. People were maimed and killed. I don't know how many people were killed, but in Nigeria, numbers are high. I think the number of people that died in Nigeria are infinity times the number of people that died in the Niger coup. Yeah, voting materials were not delivered to certain opposition strongholds. I heard in Zimbabwe, the people were pushed to even vote at night. In Nigeria, some people had to vote the next day. Polling units were attacked and voting materials were destroyed. But the most important part of all of this is that they never saw us coming. They never saw us coming, both in Zimbabwe or in Nigeria. When I say us, I mean Africans that want Africa to change, not for their personal gains, not because they just want to be in power or because they want to win an election. Africans that want Africa to change because they know that Africa is like a billion times more than what it is right now. Now, these animals, I will call them animals, these animals don't care about the future of Africa. They care about the future of their Africans, which is their family members. They don't care about what you are doing here right now. The only thing that bothers them about this is coming to disrupt it. It now goes to things that happened pre-elections. We all went out to vote. They expected that we won't come out to vote. They tried as much as possible to push voter party. There was the gaslighting. There was the threat that there will be violence. There were threats that you would not amount to nothing. There were threats that we did not have structure. I'm saying this for my Nigeria, and I'm sure my rhetorical question, or my question will be, or my request will be, is any Zimbabwean, please, if you are here, please confirm to me if there's anything that is not parallel to what I'm saying. They told us we would not vote. They told us we don't have the numbers. Told us we don't have the structure. They told us elections are not won based on emotion. They called us emotional. They told us elections are not won online. They told us Twitter. It's not Twitter. Twitter doesn't have polling units. They have told us that the diasporans don't come to vote. They've calculated the number. They calculated the number of diasporans for us and told us their votes will not even count to anything. They told us our vote will not count. They told us also that those that will win will already win. I forgot to mention they told us to go to court. Now, if you are fighting this battle like I am for the betterment of Africa, for the betterment of your nation, please sit down, call your friends and family members to just give you a round of applause for no reason. For no reason, not they should just keep clapping for you because you don't know what you've done. Everything that has happened in Nigeria and happened in similar countries that have been running elections in the past 1 or 2 years, they're all shaping what is happening across Africa, from Gabon to Niger, from Niger to Gabon, and I can bet Cameroon will probably be next because the awakening, the awakening we have seen or we are seeing right now was triggered by everything from 1, 2, 3, 4 decisions we all made. I will beg Zimbabwe, please, your diaspora is your strongest weapon, and that is what we are enjoying in Nigeria. The diaspora is nearly untouchable. Your local, your state, your federal government, or your government, the country's government can hold those of us that are local, that are here. But the diaspora voices are the leadership voices. Human beings like to follow leadership. If there is a leader in the diaspora that has genuine intention, that's doing what boss you are doing, the people will follow. It will take time. It will take effort. You would receive backlashing. You will be gaslit. You will be condemned. Your family will beg and threaten to beg. They will threaten your family. Your family will beg you. They will blackmail you with all you have. They would even go as far as even threatening you in the diaspora. But you will get the results. So please, Zimbabwe, you are at the phase where we were when they said go to court. I see the bit I've read. I think you are in a more precarious situation than we are. I would suggest that you should not give up no matter what comes. They are going to put moles in between you people to cause commotion. Please, whenever you find people, push them out and continue what you are doing. I will conclude with this. Somebody said on his space earlier today that he wonders how countries like Zimbabwe, countries like Gabon, allowed people to continue to rule them like that, rule them the way they've ruled them in silence. See, Nigeria, the same way Gabon started, that is what Bola Tinubu is starting. If you don't nip it in the bud right now, if we don't do it now, we are going to experience it. The difference is we will die. A lot of us will die. A lot of us will be incarcerated. But we will experience it. We will see 20, 30 years of the Tinubu dynasty. If you think I'm lying, go to Lagos. Look at Lagos. Tell me who has succeeded politically in Lagos without Tinubu support. Being in his party or in the opposition party, nobody right now. So we have to stop it, and it will stop now. I'll yield the mic here. Thank you very much, guys.
Yeah, can I come in, Mr. Host?
Yeah, before you come in, just a quick one. Thank you so much, Madam Bolanle, for being here with us. We're really, really, really grateful. Without you on this space, I don't even know how the space would have gone. But she had to drop for a minute. Thank you so much for coming. Dr. Zep, did I pronounce it?
Yes, that's fine.
Please go ahead.
Yes, Dr. Shuba. Yeah, I want to touch on the regional body, its role and its influence. Yes. The previous speaker, Mr. Takawira,
You want to
FedEx,
do the one for 175 that gets there Monday?
Yes, sir. Yes. Yeah, Mr. Takawira said a lot about FedEx, how it's viewed.
Sorry, is it just me who can't hear him?
Yeah, sure.
I can't hear him
Can
either.
you hear me?
Now we can hear you.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Yes. So I'm talking about the regional body, the perceptions which were expressed by Mr. Takawira that it's a toothless bulldog, that it does not really change anything. And I think there's some truth to that. And there is also some corrections which is needed. Because as Zimbabweans, we need the SADC, the one you're calling SADC. And there's precedents that they've done something to help Zimbabwe. And for us to be able to leverage its presence, it's not just to dismiss it and say it's an old boys association as expressed. We need to understand what forms its decisions, what informs its decisions. There are several things which go into play. For number one, how was SADC formed and who formed it? SADC was formed primarily by liberation movements who became the government. And there had some relationships in which each of the member states helped another to attain independence. There was a lady who said it's difficult for these presidents to point a finger to the other when they have legitimacy problems. In SADC, that's not true. In SADC, that's not true. Most of the Southern African countries did not have disputed elections. So what makes them rally around each other? And especially when it comes to Zimbabwe. With Zimbabwe has close links with South Africa, the liberation movement for South Africa. And South Africans, as everyone knows, had a protracted anti-apartheid struggle in which some of the Western countries sided with apartheid. And when as Zimbabweans were struggling against Mugabe, many might not know that Nelson Mandela was still labeled a terrorist in the USA. And the USA at the same time was telling SADC that your elections are not proper, they are undemocratic. Nelson Mandela's label as terrorist was removed in 2013. So when Mugabe sat with the South Africans and they were reviewing the report from the EU, from the USA, they took it with a grain of salt. Who is pushing this and what the reasons? In the end, they felt attacked. So as Zimbabweans, our duty is to conscientize the rest of Africa, especially, for example, the people on this call. What are our challenges? Because without our own African identity to start with, that our challenges are African. Our challenges are not being put to the table by non-Africans. They are Africans. And we are asking other Africans to understand our problems. What you are doing here is huge. I can tell you it's huge. That you are discussing African issues as Africans. Before it said what in Gabon, what's happening, which brought poverty and the people are fighting against it. So it's difficult to make a judgment whether a coup in Gabon is good or is bad. The same applies in our country in Zimbabwe. It should be you guys, the convener of this space, who should be sitting together with fellow Africans from Kenya, from Tanzania, from Gabon, and sit down.
You're hitting too many 50s.
Sure. All right, thank you. And sit down with the people in SADC on our behalf. In 2008, when we had disputed elections, it was the EU which put pressure on African Union and SADC. Yes. Can you open the window? Sure, I will. It was the EU and Africa and USA which put pressure on SADC and AU, and we had a government of national unity. We need to replace EU and USA as Africans. If I may to ask, if I may to ask, the people on this call, oh, I dropped. I'm sorry. Did I drop?
We can still hear
Oh,
you,
sorry.
Dr. Zeb, but
Yeah,
you may want to wrap
sure.
up
Thank you. Yeah,
as
let me
soon
round
as
up.
possible.
Someone had joined me on another space. Sorry. So I was confused. So what I wanted, the challenge is, if I were to come to this platform and say, ladies and gentlemen, are you willing to be part of an African movement which has got a different mindset, a different mentality, which looks at Africa from an African perspective, and build that movement to challenge both the African establishments and the Western powers, and chart a way where the people can say, now our sons and daughters, African sons and daughters, are here to lead. How many of you would join me? If you are willing, so please inbox me in my Twitter. That's all I can say. We need a new narrative our own, which does not involve us being blamed as fronts of other powers when we are genuinely asking for our right to decide our own destiny. Thank you so much, and thank you to everybody, especially Boss Salani who told me about this space today. Thank you, everyone who's here. I really appreciate it. It's an honor to be here. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, doctor. Thank you so much. Wait, I don't know if someone's mic is still okay. I think it's better now. All right. Thank you so much, doctor. Moving on with the conversation, let's hear from Idowu. Idowu has been here for a while, so I think it's best to hear from Idowu. Idowu Israel, and we'll be wrapping up soon because it's not supposed to be a very long space. Yeah.
All right. So, good evening, my African brothers and sisters. It's so great to hear from everyone on the space. I must say, I've really been enjoying the conversation. And I think this is the right time that all Africans, join hands together and decide the change that we dare to see. I always say that need Africans to solve African problems with African solutions. It is important right now that we continue this conversation. It should not be one off. It should be something we need to hold every time. I totally agree with the last speaker, with Doc. It's totally on point. Of course, there's need for liberation movements where all Africans can come together, irrespective of our region, ethnic background, or whatever affiliations that may tie us together. We need to come together with common goal. And what's the common goal? Is good governance. I think if there's any problem that all African countries are facing today, that is bad leadership. So it is a fundamental problem and it's structural. So we would need to tackle it by advocating for good governance. And following the recent development in Gabon, which of course also resonates with what happened or currently happening in Niger, and you would, of course, understand that what Africans need right now is to put an end to what we call rulership. There's difference between leadership and rulership. What Africans enjoy is rulership and not leadership. And it's until we have the right set of leaders in power, that's when we can achieve the African of our dream. I always advocate for, for a system that works. And it's important right now that we all come together with this mindset of making Africa work for us. The concept of new colonialism, which of course is also being championed by these so-called African leaders, is something that is not going to really be of help to us, because we need to start finding solutions to our problem and not running to the Western world for them to solve our problems. I will not agree that the Western, have solutions to our problems, because it's African, and the solutions to this problem also should be, local solutions and not foreign solutions. I would please urge us to keep this conversation going. Thanks to Court of Public Opinion, I think you guys have really been doing a great job. It's not easy to hold space, especially in this time where we would have some government that are not even in support of of information. I think information is very vital, and that's why most time, if they want to perpetrate some of these is, they discommunicate people so that you'll not be able to be informed and get the relevant informations that would keep you going. So this space has been, just as the name suggests, is a court of public opinion. So it's a place where we can vent and also share ideas, and we can chart way forward toward continent. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I yield the mic.
All right. Thank you so much. You do a really nice one from you. Okay. I want everyone to speak before we end the space. So I'll have Dr. Justin, sorry. Please you can go.
Yes. Okay. Thank you so much, and good evening to everyone. And I really appreciate the conversation, the topic, and as a matter of fact, the concern. And it boils down to what I think a few months ago we're looking at, obedient movement. I said obedient movement is part of the new call for Africa to re-engineer, redesign our future, and to think about what is it that Africa holds for the younger generation. So to me, the takeovers that we're experiencing in Africa is, in my view, a return to what is normal for Africans. Because till now, I don't believe that the so-called democracy is a practicable thing for us in Africa. To me, it doesn't work. And the reason people have been bashing us in Africa and say we're not practicing democracy, blah, 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 is because we are trying to fuse something that is not originally our own making into our own system and practices and the things we do. Democracy is not our thing. And I'll give a few indicators to qualify that. Number one, if you look at all the things we do in Africa, the leadership thing, the how power is being transferred from one person to another, you see that across different African countries, there's always this issue of inheritance, or what they call a dynastic democracy or dynastic politics, where a dad will rule until when he's no longer alive, will hand over to the father, to the son, and it continues like that. And there are several examples. You want to go to Togo and talk about in the same base of a dynasty in Togo, or you want to talk about what was happening in Kenya, Uhuru Kenyatta and his father, or you want to come to Ali Bongo and Omar Bongo, or you want to go to the former Zaire, that is Democratic Republic of Congo now, Joseph Kabila, who took over when the father died. The whole thing has been so dynastic that, oh, when that is all around, the son will take over. That is not democracy, it's a monarchical system. And it points to my argument that, look, Africa is ordinarily trying to fuse this democracy into us. The next point is that Africans, unfortunately, maybe some, see leadership as what you take until you die. When you get to the stool of power, you have to be there until they do your part, and then that is all. Democracy is not practiced like that, and you see it in different ways in Africa. You see what I'm talking about in places like the one we are discovered apart from Zimbabwe, where you have a typical example of former president. They have Robert Mugabe that was there until he wanted to be there until maybe hand over to the wife or something. That is not democracy, and I'm not saying it is wrong. It is not wrong because we are trying to fuse what is right somewhere else into what is wrong in a different situation. You see, that is another point in my view. And of course, if you look at us as a people, we obey, I should say, traditional leadership or traditional leaders more than secular or political leaders. If you go to some villages or some communities, and for example, a DPO gives an order, people, and then a traditional chief give a counter order, you are likely to have people obey the traditional chief than the DPO, who is a secular leader that want to bring peace and order. So if you a few more, but not to hog the mic, if anybody can think even furthermore, you see that, look, this democracy thing, it's not working for us. So we need a new way of leadership, a new system of leadership that Africa will design for ourselves, so that people don't come to criticize us unnecessarily of things you buy. You buy an oversized shoe from somewhere and you wear it, or somebody gives you an oversized pass or slip on, you wear it. Instead of the person to say, oh, this is not your size, the person begin to criticize you that you are wearing an oversized pass or slip on. But does that make sense? It doesn't, in my view. So going forward, which I appreciate the conversation that's been happening here, is that the emerging Africa, because I think, in my view, that we're having an emerging Africa. The voice we're adding, if you look at the entire takeover, you look at the obedient movement in Nigeria, you look at the contest in what we're talking about now in Zimbabwe, the joke in South Africa, in different places that young people are coming up. It means that, in my opinion and in my view, that a new Africa is in the horizon. And when that Africa comes, we need a leadership.
Am I the only one that can hear him? Okay, he's back.
Yeah, I think somebody muted all of us or something. I don't know. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can. Sorry
All
about
right,
that.
all right, thank you. So, an emerging Africa will design an Africa that will suit us. And I will say this because I think I've done research in some African countries and then try to see the reasoning of the Western culture or the Western perspective of what we call data. I can assure everybody here that most of the information, the data, the Western media and the Western papers will write about Africa are all false. They are all false. I can challenge anybody. I've challenged people like that before. As that is why I always tell people, if you need data about any part of Africa, go there and collect primary data and listen to people. If you take any secondary data from, I don't think anybody want to make use of BBC data about Africa. You'll be just, if I want to examine any thesis written by anybody and they say the primary data or secondary data are collected from Western media, I just know you are writing about 60% of it will not be correct in real sense. So we will need to build African products and solutions. We'll need African data. The World Bank is not going to tell us about the population of Nigeria, for example, you see, or we are going to collect population of climate change or population of people migrating from international organization for migration. No, we will necessarily need to collect African data to develop African products and African solution and process resources and our materials, especially when it comes to resource control and resource processing. This country now, the one they took over yesterday,
what do you call them, Gabon. About more than 90% of Gabonese oil goes to America. And if you go there, people live in abject poverty, and then we coin this word about resource cost. And you go to Africa, you just feel pity. You see the Niger Delta we want to talk about, or we want to talk about what's happened further down after Gabon. You go to Angola, go to these places and see how life is in there. Anyway, let me not talk plenty and get angry at this, but we really want to appreciate all of us for this conversation. Uh, God bless us. A new Africa is coming, and to crown it all, a new Nigeria, where my constituency is possible. Thank you so much, and good evening.
All right, thank you so much for your submission. I guess our last speaker today is Ois, and then Maureen probably. Maureen's hand was up, so I don't know.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to start by answering the questions that I heard. From Maureen's first question, she talked about what we can do to strengthen our processes. And that's part of what Dr. Justin just talked about. You see, the system that we operate, we are more like new wine being poured into old wine skins. And now the old wine skins have burst and the new one has been spilled. With the way our current system came about, it was not something that involved our mutual interest. And that's the reason for the proposition I've been making, because it will offer an opportunity for each group, each nation within this country to create a system that will work for them. Because if we say now that we want to, for example, fix our constitution, the legislature won't do it because it currently works in their interest. They're the ones who are creating what is happening now. But if we have the system, each region will be able to create what works for them. The same way before the unitary system, regions created their universities, they built airports, they did all those things by themselves. Now everybody has to wait for the federal government. So that is where I think it starts from. When we take away, shift much of the power away from the central government and have it not in the way we are doing the states system. That's just like a miniature version of the Berlin Conference, what Jacob Gowon did with the Nigerian state system. But it has to be something that the people themselves agree to. That which is what gave Iran's Ayatollah its legitimacy. They came to power with a referendum. So that's for that question. Then the second question, as regards the supernatural bodies, national bodies. The thing is, no matter how weak or how useless they may seem, at the end of the day, it's better than having nothing. The same way people have talked about what the use of BRICS is. In the same way, people, even this ECOWAS, before it even started, this is the same thing that happened. But the thing is, with sources, at least there's still the room for dialogue. And it's from there that they will grow. Before United Nations, we had the League of Nations that didn't work out so well. And then we now had the United Nations. So that is how cooperation is built. And then I think Joe Biden was talking about, he was talking about something, but let me not use that to waste time. The summation of what I'm just saying is that we need to actually act as regards the situation of things in our countries. I can only speak of Nigeria because that's what I'm most familiar with. I think it was Dr. Justin that talked about traditional rulers. That's exactly what I'm talking about. These people are the ones who outlive the political parties. Their systems are the ones that outlive political parties and politicians. If they have at several times wanted to come together. I once talked about the fact that during the Biafra War, the Wild West in southwest, and the one in the Ijaw land, and the one in the north, all the different movements for secession happened almost at the same time, but they never came together to agree. That was the problem. That was why even though the Ijaws were fighting to break away, they still fought against the Biafrans breaking away. That has been the situation of Nigeria right from time. The
Oh,
things we are
please, could
seeing
you
now
wrap up in a
is
minute?
that,
I'm so
all right,
sorry.
yes. So the goal should be for us to find common ground, to actively do so, not just to talk about doing so, to actively do so. We already have the underlying interest. Let us actually work towards getting it done. That is just it. Thank you very much. I hit the mark.
All right, thank you so much. So this space, we're gonna end the space in about 10 minutes, which is gonna be 11 o'clock Nigerian time. Maureen, please, if you can do us a favor by just speaking for 2 minutes, then we'll have Archie, and then we'll have submission by all the panelists before we end the space. So please, 2 minutes, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. In fact, I will take less than 2 minutes. I just wanted to add to what Jay Obedient said. He talked about the diaspora having, the diaspora leading the charge in terms of opposition. I also just wanted to add to that also we the to have a strong opposition, you have to go again. You have to be, go against bigotry. You have to be one. No tribalism, no bigotry, no religious apartheid or whatever you want to call it. You have to overlook all those things and come together as a group and be a strong opposition, because when bigotry, tribalism, and all that come into play, it kind of like divides the opposition, and that's one thing that the obedient movement has overcome over time. I mean, everybody, people from different walks of life, from different tribes, different religions, all come together as one, and as an opposition, a strong opposition at that. Also, what also makes the obedient movement strong, which is also just like an advice to like Zimbabwe, for example, is having no leadership, because we don't have a single person that is regarded as a leader. So there's no one that they can actually pinpoint and say, this is the person that's leading the charge. We need to get this person arrested. And then the whole pack of cards, crumbles. So those are the things we also need to look at. I think what's happening now, and then also another one is citizenship journalism. All of us have to be journalists. All of us have to go out there, disseminate the information, get go to the grassroots, dig out stuff that these people think that you can never dig out. Because what's happening in Nigeria now, what's making Nigeria's the whole thing in Nigeria so powerful is it started with one journalist, one investigative journalist. And I can never ever forget calling out his name because he's amazing. His name is David Hundein. I'm sure everyone on this space knows him. He got the ball rolling of investigative journalism, and then now we have so many of them. I don't even want to mention names. There's 99%. There's so many of them, and this is what you need to do in Zimbabwe to be able to have a formidable opposition. I yield the mic. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for keeping to time. It was exactly 2 minutes. Thank you so much. Um, I'm so sorry I can't accept any speaker for now because we're about to end the space. But Archie, please, could you give your submission in 3 minutes?
Okay, good evening, everybody. I will try and be very quick because I enjoyed listening to the conversation more than I wanted to speak. But a couple of ideas I want to, put out there. The Arab Spring is seen as the Arab Spring, and whenever you discuss protest in African context, many people are very quick to refer you to the Libyan situation and not to the Egyptian situation, because people always want you to think the old order is still succeeding beyond the new order. That's the number one thing I wanted to point out. The Arab Spring, no matter how much you look at the Egyptian governance today and government as it is, Egypt still boasts of one of the best economies in the region, in the continent as a whole, and it is post the Arab Spring. There are situations I wanted to just point out, and for lack of time, I'll just say this. Nigerians are now beginning to learn from our experience. A good number of us understand now that probably if we reacted immediately after the election was called, a couple of things would have been, averted at this point in time. Some actions need to be examined as we go. What's my advice to the Zimbabweans? Go back home. This conversation is very important, but have those conversations inside. Examine the kind of leadership you have in Zimbabwe. We have a peculiarity in our own part. Africa, they lump us all together and make us look like we're just one. We have peculiarities, the Bantu belt and the rest of them. The ideologies, the behavioral concepts of every single part of the region is different. While I have a part of Nigeria here where we are extremely very, submissive to the West, and we find a way, to be somehow passive aggressively, you know, obedient to their will while still keeping a front of sanity. There are parts of the world that are very, very monarchical in nature. Examine your leaders. What the new generation has given to us is that new ideas are now being, you know, are now superior to the old ideas. And so while I am here as a Nigerian of my own age grade, I know the Nigerians of my age grade in the military think the same way. They may have the command and the whatever, but they still have my own perspective of what the world should be like. If I'm having that conversation as a youth, having that conversation with the market people, having that conversation with the farmers, and having those conversations with law enforcement of my age range, I stand a chance of flipping the system faster. That's exactly what happened with the obedient movement. It's not a shocker that today Gabon has had a coup, but we have people of the same age. Look at the soldiers, look at the people taking the pictures, same age grade. They identify with each other. So whether it's a military dictatorship or not, no matter how they sell it, they know what their freedom is significant for. They understand that the way the West perceives freedom for them is not the way they perceive freedom for themselves. And so whether through the barrel of a gun or through democratic proceedings or whatever it is, they can identify their freedom. You alone can identify your kinds of leaders. You alone can identify what is peculiar to Zimbabwe. You alone can chart the course to what will be the best course of action right now. I say this because you don't need to be in a situation where you're thinking retrospectively like Nigerians today. A good number of Nigerians believe, and I'm saying it as factually as possible, that the moment Yakubu announced our results and we were on the streets, what we are facing today, which seems to be, a mountain, looking like a mountain today, we may have averted it, we may have avoided it. Because we now understand that the corruption is so deep seated that the political class can accept it if it ensures their survival. Whether they are idealistic, whether they are clean, whether they want a good governance or not. That is not the same way we identify in our generation. What I'm saying is, Gabonians, Zimbabweans, any African in any region, think for yourself. Hold these conversations in yourself. Do you have crazy leaders like the Nigerian leaders? Do you have leaders that can reason with you diplomatically? Do you have leaders that you have to out like the Arab Spring leaders? Take decisions according to the kinds of people who you identify with that are leading you. Because the Arab Spring decision was very relevant for Egypt when it happened. It's the same way I believe strongly that the Gabonese coup is very relevant for Gabon today. And it's the same way some Nigerians now believe that they will go through the process of the court today. And by the time it fails, if it fails, then we will re examine and know what to do. It may be one of the three, it may be a different solution, but it cannot be the same solutions for every single part of Africa. Because we have found out that Cameroon is dealing with Biya today. And Nigerians cannot deal with even Abacha, who wanted to stay as much as 7 years. There are different solutions to different parts of Africa. We share the same skin, we share the same ideologies, but the behavior of our leaders are different. Study yours, have the conversations in house, take your decisions, and come out here and seek support from other Africans. And by all means, our generations will always galvanize behind each other because we have a common goal. Good governance is a common goal. That's what I came to tell us. Thank you very much, my people.
All right, thank you so much, Archie. Thank you so much for the last word, the wisdom before we end the space. All right, before we end the space, we'll allow all our panelists to give a closing remark. Oh, Mommy Bolanle has left. All right, Taka would go first, and then we hear from Shilo, Doctor, and then Happiness before we hear from Boss herself. Taka, you can go ahead.
Um, Thank you, host. Thank you, co-hosts, for this opportunity that with the discussion that crosses beyond the borders of Zimbabwe as our country, Nigeria as well. As an African sister country, and we're discussing Africa. It was enlightening. We've learned a lot, and my prayer is these platforms they continue to grow and reach out to more people because this is how it starts. We get ideas, we learn, we sort of interact because our vision is to have at one day a united Africa that realizes that our relationship cuts across the borders that were imposed on us. And I know the day that we unite Africa is the day all our conflicts will end because most of our fights are triggered and are because of by these borders that we have. It is a prayer that we continue to fight for what is right for our countries, to fight for the strengthening of the institutions, to continue to voice loudly where voices are suppressed, to demand the freedoms that our forefathers, that those who came before us fought for. It is important that we continue to fight this fight to ensure that we are free in our respective countries and Africa is free. Thank you so much. Have a good night. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Taka. That was a really nice one. Um, who did I say was gonna go next? My brain. Did I say Happiness or was it Shiloh Doctor?
And now you know how I feel when I'm hosting Citizen Speakers,
Exactly. It's like two. Okay, I think I said Shiloh Doctor, right?
Yes, you did. Welcome back. Um, okay. Thank you, everyone. It's been a lovely time. I'm glad that we had this conversation. I'm glad that everybody is moving towards a particular point, which is making sure we get things right. It is never easy, but never forget that in the search for tomorrow, we always forget the progress between yesterday and today. Take note of the progress, take note of what you can work on, and push and keep going until we get to that end point. Never forget the potential that the social media nexus has between diasporans and those within the country. Your reach would be different, where diasporans can reach internationally or can reach more larger internationally, and likes locals can reach the grassroots. But don't forget that nexus because it has provided an avenue where you can actually discuss, you can galvanize for national orientation, political discourse, civic education, and things that will move towards a towards good governance. And I hope and pray that everyone has been able to learn something. And I wish everyone all the best. Let's keep at it, and we'll get there in the end. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Shiloh Doctor. So, Happiness will go next. Happiness, please.
All right. Um, I actually enjoyed today's space. It was quite an educative and entertaining space at the same time. I enjoyed myself while getting to know, you know, lots more about what's happening in our sister country, Zimbabwe. Um, I just want to say that we have a whole lot to do as African. We have a whole lot to undo. Let me put it that way, as Africans. There are so many corrections we need to make. We need to really put in the efforts. The fight is still on. we don't have to give up at this point, or at this point in time. We don't have to feel defeated. So our children, the next generation, won't see us as, a failed generation. Just like we used to say that, um, just like we used to say in Nigeria, we keep blaming the generation before us, saying, oh, it is their fault that we met the Nigeria that we met today. So whatever we need to do, we need to have try as much as we can to avoid that same phrase being used on us by the next generation. They shouldn't see us as failures. So this fight is on. We need to keep making the noise. We need to still keep putting in that effort to ensure that Africa is liberated from 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 the Western slavery, using our own leaders as puppets, to 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 do whatever, or to achieve their purpose. So we really need to keep pushing. We need to really keep working hard. We need to keep working hard. We don't have to give up at any point in time. Any tool we need to use, if it is social media, if it is going on the streets, because we've been doing a whole lot, after the election, that was in fact the coup, let me put it that way, that happened in Nigeria in February. We've been doing a whole lot. Our eyes have been on the judiciary. We've gone on the street to create awareness. We've made attempts to come back on the streets with, rallies and marches to let people know that there is a case in court. We've not moved on from the election era. So the fight is actually still on. I don't know what Zimbabweans are going to do, to ensure that their oppressors of for how many decades will be wiped out. But you guys really need to also keep working hard and keep pushing, so that these people will leave power. I yield my mic.
All right, thank you so much, Happiness. We'll continue pushing. Boss lady herself, I love listening to you speak. So please, you can unmute your mic and speak. I kid you not, they know that I love listening to you speak.
Oh, thank you so much, my sister. Ish, you know me, eh? I am a stubborn somebody. Yeah? I think, to be honest, I think some Zimbabweans, what we're discussing here, the way they even the main opposition, the way they dislike my truth, hey, especially when I start to preach transparency and accountability, they become allergic to what I say. But I'll forever be me. What I didn't want to do was leave. This wonderful platform with people just thinking that the problem we have is just the regime, the ZANU PF. We there's a lot more problems that we have in Zimbabwean politics, and also even with the opposition. There's a lot of things that I personally feel they do not allow space for. For instance, if there was a talk here about the diaspora, how valuable we are in this whole struggle, to liberate Zimbabwe and Nigeria. And what I wanted to say, do you know that even social media, they came a time when those in opposition, the triple C, the main opposition, were saying that the people who are not in Zimbabwe, they're just keyboard warriors. Could you imagine? And then they were insinuating that because you're online or you're not on the ground, you don't know what you're talking about. We are on the ground. We know more than you. But check this out. When it came to our money, they want our money. They'll say we need to support this campaign in this area. Guess what? They'll come to us in the diaspora and want money. But when it comes to our ideas, they don't want to hear about it. I don't know if you understand the pain of it all. To say that my money is more important than my mouth or my thoughts. And this has been a big problem with the opposition. One where they're like, don't tell us, we know everything. That kind of mentality, no person can know everything. I mean, there's a lot of people that I've spoken to, because I like to talk to different people, hear what they have to say. We may not agree, but at least let's hear each other out. But you hear these type of accusations come across. I've been insulted, all sorts of things. I've been called all sorts of names. And this is not even ZANU-PF, if I can be honest. ZANU-PF on social media, they're like little puppies when it comes to insults. They don't insult. They literally don't. It's the opposition that do so. So then you look at the politics of it all. I want people to understand where the problem stems from. One where even that respect for each other we don't have. We forget that we're fighting the same cause. We start to fight one another. There's this impression of, why are you saying it? Who gave you the authority to do so? You are not in our political party. You're not a member of us. Therefore, we won't listen to you. But the points I put across make sense. A lot of things that I've seen unfold in Zimbabwe are things that I've mentioned and others have mentioned on Citizen Speak Out when we talk freely. We've mentioned it. We spoke about this. So there was this initiative during towards the election where the main opposition was telling people to defend the vote. Now, what they were saying to them was, because the Electoral Commission, had told people that you shouldn't stand anywhere after you voted, go back home. You shouldn't be anywhere around 300 meters from the polling stations, right? So the opposition told its supporters that you need to defend the vote. And we were asking them, you can't just say to people, defend the vote. How do you expect them to defend the vote? Like, what are what should they do? Because it's just a term, really, when you say defend the vote. You need to know how are you saying we should? So after asking such questions, they'll say, oh, stand 301 meters away. Don't go home. Stay there until the polling stations have closed. And then we had a space on Citizen Speak Out where we were talking about this. And then I said this point where I was like, wait a minute, guys. If Zach is saying don't stand 300 meters away from us, right? And opposition is saying stand 301 meters away and stay there, don't go home. Then I said 300 meters is Zach's jurisdiction because they're the Electoral Commission. But the rest of the other meters, that's the jurisdiction of the police. The Zimbabwean police are there to maintain peace. And also, when you're telling people to not go home and stay there, are you not creating an environment where people can start fighting one another? Because we know how toxic Zimbabwean elections have been, and we know all this and that. Oh, the people were rubbishing what I'm saying. Oh, they were like, oh, we have the right to stand there. We're Zimbabweans, we're this and that. Now, look at what then happened after I'd said that. There was a statement which came from the police, because I even told them, I said, I'm sure that the Zimbabwe police will put out a statement that will say that people need to go home. They're preserving the peace, they're maintaining order. Therefore, no one should be seen standing anywhere, around the polling station when the polling stations open. And guess what? That's what happened. There was a statement from the Zimbabwe Republic Police to tell people not to do so. And there was also the issue where the ballot papers were not arriving on time. So remember, when I said people were voting midnight or 1 a.m., that was also a strategy to stop this vote, defend the vote tobacco that they were talking about. Don't you? Do you see how it works? So it's things like that that I've started to see that when we talk, they don't listen to us. They don't want to hear us. They'll look at my position, or they'll think, who is Salani? Who does she think she is? They don't think about what I say, not who I am, but judge me according to the things that I say. And this is the biggest problem that I've seen. They look at, who do you know? Are you, does the president of this political party like you or know you? Those are the only people we listen to. And if you have a situation like that, ladies and gentlemen, tell me, are we going to ever find a way where we can come together and truly get rid of a despotic regime? ZANU-PF literally plays with us because of that, because we're not united. Even as those who are not in any political party or in opposition, there's no unity. And the funny thing, the same despotic regime, do you know how united they are? They literally are so united to the point where if any one of them decides to go to step outside of their area, they would basically kick you out, and then they'll be like, you're not one of us, because they have understood the point that for you to remain for you to sustain yourself, you have to be one. our opponents are more one than we are as citizenry. So imagine, my brothers and sisters, I don't know how it is in Nigeria, but until Zimbabweans come to a place where we can hear each other out, and we don't have a leader that can unify all aspects of Zimbabwean, every culture, every citizen, every politician, everyone, we're not going to be in a place where we can see a brighter Zimbabwe, I'm sorry to say. And it is my hope that through these discussions, more and more people start to have their eyes opened, more and more people start to advocate and speak out about these type of issues. So that's my hope, and that's my final statements. And honestly, thank you so much for allowing me onto the space. I want to come back. Let's come back here and find out where we're at. This discussion should not stop. In fact, I want you to come back to me and say, Salani, since the discussion we had, where are we? What have you achieved? What have you managed to do? And then I will also come and tell you guys what I've achieved, what we're doing, and also the limitations so that we can continue to fight for the good fight. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Salani. That was really, really nice. I told you I love listening to you. I can listen to you and just sleep off. It's really nice to keep.
Don't forget, you'll be listening to my little girl in the background. This one, she's gonna become like
I
her mother, I swear. If she does not enter politics, I haven't done enough. I will make sure. And another thing I wanted to tell you guys, you should literally adopt me. I'm Nigerian. The way I can speak Nawao, I can do all those goosey, jollof rice. You, my dear.
We've adopted you. I've adopted Zimbabwe as my country. They know, like they just call me Ungozim. Anyway, thank you so much. And speaking about where the oppositions were angry about few words that you just talk about. At some point, the opposition in Nigeria were just angry when you tell people to vote wisely. They just get angry, like, what are you guys talking about? But we all know who to vote. We all know who the right person was. And that's just the truth. All right, rounding off, let's hear from Sim Card before we end the space.
All right, yeah, thank you so much, my host. It's gone past midnight in Zimbabwe, I know, so I'll try as much as possible to keep it brief so that my brothers and sisters can go. I mean, they can retire for the night. It's been a productive conversation. A lot has been said. A lot has been learned, and the building process continues from here. And so I would want to give special shout out, more like appreciation, show my gratitude to everyone who joined us on this conversation tonight, particularly our panelists, to you, Boss Salani, Takawira, um, Auntie Bolanle, of course, my namesake, Sheila Duck, and every other person who joined at some point, either to ask questions or just lend their, voices to the conversation. Very big appreciation from us here on the platform. Just to add, having listened to everyone speak, particularly my brothers and sisters from Zimbabwe, I've added some to my to-do list, and I'm going to start that this weekend. I'll go shop me for a Zimbabwean name, and I'll add it to to my name, and I'll start wearing that on my chest. So do not be surprised when next we gather on this platform and I come here to tell you that I've adopted a Zimbabwean name. Probably I would communicate with Takawira in the DMs, and he's going to, I'm sure he would he would list a few names for me to to choose or select from, and I'll start calling myself that. So I haven't said that. Once again, much love from us, and do not forget, this is the Court of Public Opinion. It's a weekly show, and hopefully next week Wednesday, when we come on the show, we'll be able to present to you yet another a very important topic for us to discuss about. Because at the end of the day, it's about moving Africa forward, and let's not get weary, let's not get tired, let's not despair. Success is just a stone throw away, so let's keep doing what we're doing. Someday Africa will be liberated. So that's why I will leave it while saying good night to you all. God bless us all.
All right, thank you so much. one thing is there will not be a court of public opinion without you guys. And thank you, boss, for accepting my invite. Like I give you my utmost respect. Thank you so much. And thanks, Taka, for honoring the invitation. Thanks for coming. Thanks to everyone that have listened in from the beginning of the space till now. And you can also listen to the recording if you came in late, because it was a very productive and entertaining space when you have boss on the space. What do you expect? All right, thank you so much. Please follow boss, because there are more. If you want to listen to more about Zimbabwe, please follow the boss lady herself. Thanks everyone, and follow our second panelist from Zimbabwe, Taka. Please, let's follow one another. We're gonna liberate Africa one day. Thank you, everyone, and see you next week, Wednesday, same time, 7 p.m. Bye, guys.